Commences its meeting this morning. I'm just going to go over the emergency response plan. If there is an emergency, everyone is required to evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery can take direction from our security colleagues, and council, please follow me. After evacuating the room, please proceed down the stairwells to ground level and evacuate through the emergency exit and go immediately to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anybody in chambers that has limited mobility, please identify yourselves to security. And finally, please do speak with security or myself if you require any first aid. Thank you so much. We are live from council chambers.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nicoraska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Piquet.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. Where's that pecuniary interest declaration? No worries. Okay, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary interest or conflict of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have any pecuniary or conflict interest to declare? Okay. We will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move adoption of the September 16th, 2025 City Council meeting agenda with the following changes. The addition of item 7.7, that's a collective bargaining update. 7.12, collective bargaining update, Edmonton Police Service Senior Officers Association. 8.3, bylaw 21265, which is a IIS Services Project Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Approach 3 Amendment 1 Attachment 4. 8.6 bylaw 21300, which is the EPCOR Water Services bylaw attachment 3, and a replacement report attachment on item 7.3 below market value sale to Métis Capital Housing Corporation Blatchford. 7.8 draft 2025-2026 Council and Committee meeting calendar, attachment 1, and 8.6 bylaw 21300, which is also the EPCOR Water Services bylaw Amendment Number 1, Utility Committee Report, Attachments 1 and 2.
Thank you. We need a seconder.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Counselor Principe is a yes. Counselor Rice is yes.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out now. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of minutes. Councillor Knack.
So many minutes to approve.
Yeah.
I will move the approval of the minutes from the February 19th, 2025 Emergency Advisory Committee, the June 25th, 2025 Special Infrastructure Committee, the August 14th, 2025 Special City Manager and City Auditor Performance Evaluation Committee, the August 18th, 28th, 29th, 2025 City Council Public Hearing, the August 19th, 20th, 2025 City Council Meeting, the August 25th, 2025 City Council Non-Regular, September 2nd, 2025 Agenda Review Committee, September 2nd, 2025 Utility Committee, September 3rd, 2025 Audit Committee, September 4th, 2025 Special City Manager and City Auditor Performance Evaluation Committee, September 5th, 2025 Council Services Committee, September 5th, 2025 City Council Non-Regular, September 8th, 2025, the Community and Public Services Committee, the September 9th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee, and the September 8th and 10th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting.
Second.
It's a lot of minutes.
Seconded. Any errors or omissions? I see none. Please vote. It was a busy agenda.
Counselor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes. Counselor Rice, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I have a number of protocol items to, and I will start with the council recognition of National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Tuesday, September 30th is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day. This day honors the children who never returned home from residential schools and the survivors that did, as well as their families and communities. By observing these events, we are acknowledging the historical and ongoing trauma that colonialism, discrimination, and genocide has on Indigenous peoples. At the City of Edmonton, we have made deep commitment towards reconciliation. Our city is fortunate to be home to the second largest urban Indigenous population and the largest population of Inuit south of the 60th parallel across all of Canada. Indigenous peoples make incredible contributions to our community and demonstrate inspiring strength and resilience that we can all learn from. The City of Edmonton recognizes that we have a special obligation to build a meaningful relationship with Canada's First Peoples. In the early 2021, we co-created an Indigenous framework with the members of Indigenous communities, organizational partners, youth, elders, knowledge keepers, and city staff. The framework is an intentional step forward to support truth and reconciliation efforts in a meaningful way with Indigenous peoples who live, work, and connect with Edmonton. It represents a return to the original intent of Treaty 6, the mutual responsibility to build a stronger relationship between government and Indigenous peoples who share land that lasts as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. This work is informed by United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the National Truth and Reconciliation Commission principles and calls to action. The framework outlines 4 roles that city staff members can live out. Listener. We listen with open hearts and minds when Indigenous peoples share their stories and experiences. Connector. We connect Indigenous peoples to the programs, services, people, and the resources that enrich the community and foster relationships to create positive change. Advocate. we stand with the Indigenous peoples to create a safe and inclusive city where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. Partner, we work in partnership with Indigenous peoples on initiatives to improve the physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional well-being of Indigenous peoples in Edmonton. National Day of Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day is an opportunity to recommit to these practices. Today, I encourage my council colleagues, City of Edmonton employees, and all Edmontonians to consider these 4 roles and how you can apply them to your work and day-to-day life. To the Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit people who call these lands home, know that we walk with you on the path towards reconciliation. Our work is not done, but we remain committed to this journey. And the next one is recognition of Gender Equality Week. Each year, during the last week of September, we celebrate Gender Equality Week. This week is an opportunity to acknowledge the significant contributions women and gender diverse individuals have made to our city. It also allows us to renew our commitment to closing gender equality gaps and overcoming the barriers that continue to affect many Edmontonians. City Council members proudly champion gender equality, and as we close out this council's term, I'm honored to have been part of Edmonton's most diverse council in history. The City of Edmonton is dedicated to cultivating a diverse, productive, engaged, and talented workforce that mirrors the communities within our city. This ensures that the visions and the values of all Edmontonians are integrated into city projects and barriers can be addressed or removed. Our city grows stronger when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are heard, respected, and given equal opportunities. This complex work relies on the incredible support of our partners. We continuously engage with stakeholders from all levels of government, nonprofit and private sectors, and educational institutions to combat gender equality and gender-based violence. This violence can manifest in many ways, including physical, sexual, emotional, financial, and spiritual abuse, as well as harassment and cyber abuse. We are committed to raising awareness of these issues and the root causes. We strive to change attitudes and educate Edmontonians on how to be strong allies and break the cycle of violence. During Gender Equality Week, I encourage everyone to reflect on the impact of women and gender diverse people have had on their lives and consider how they can better support their loved ones. And the next one is United Way campaign kickoff. Today, I'm thrilled to announce the launch of the City of Edmonton's 2025 United Way campaign. This campaign is about coming together to create brighter futures in our community. For more than a decade, City of Edmonton had partnered with the United Way of Canada Capital Region as our corporate charity of choice. We have chosen United Way because it is uniquely positioned to bring together a diverse network of partners, including social agencies, schools, businesses, and governments, to address our community's most pressing needs. Since 2012, city employees have raised over $1 million and supported many initiatives and collaborations hosted by the United Way, including programs that help kids succeed in school, support financial literacy, and strengthen mental well-being. This year's campaign theme is "This is why we give." It invites each of us to reflect on our personal why and consider the difference we can make by sharing our time, talent, and resources. No matter what you give, your involvement matters, and every contribution adds up to real change. The agency showcase will be hosted on September 25th, where attendees can learn more about many organizations supported by the United Way. There will be the opportunity to visit with agency representatives and hear firsthand about their work. This will be a truly enriching experience, and it's open to all city staff. Together, we are creating a strong and vibrant community. I understand there are a number of city employees who are part of this United Way campaign. We want to recognize your work. Thank you so much for all the work you do. Yeah. And the last one is the Rail Safety Week. Today, we recognize Rail Safety Week, which is taking place this week, September 15th to 21st. Canada has around 45,000 kilometers of active railway tracks, and every year, more than 100 Canadians are seriously injured or killed as the result of railway crossing and trespassing incidents. Fortunately, the Railway Association of Canada and Transport Canada has been running Operation Lifesaver to educate Canadians about safe behavior around railway property, tracks, and trains for more than 40 years. It brings together the rail industry, governments, law enforcement, and other organizations to increase awareness about rail safety and prevent incidents that can lead to serious injuries or even death. At the City of Edmonton, Edmonton Transit Services works every day to create a safe environment on the transit system, be it on Capital Line, Metro Line, or by working with our partner Transed on Valley Line Southeast. Like the city, Operation Lifesaver and its partners have adopted the view that no loss of life is acceptable on our roads or on our railway tracks. We are proud to support this work by joining communities across the country to recognize Rail Safety Week. Today we have team members from the City of Edmonton Transit Services branch, partners from CN Rail and CPKC, Canadian Pacific Kansas City, joining us in chambers. Thank you for all your work in connecting our communities and preventing track tragedies. I encourage everyone to take some time during this week to check out Operation Lifesaver online and learn some tips to stay safe around trains. It's up to us to work together to ensure our rail crossings remain safe for everyone in the community. So again, want to acknowledge the staff from City and the CN and CK joining us in the chamber. Thank you so much for your work. Okay. All right. Now we are on to selecting items for debate. I think they have some important work to do as well. Yep. Yeah. All right, let's select items for debate. I'll select 7.3.
Sorry, could you say that?
7.3. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
I was going to select 8.4, but that's for voting purposes, though other people may want it for other purposes.
8.4, okay.
Yep. I also see that 9.1 is a must be selected, so I'll grab 9.1.
9.
And perhaps the chair of city manager, city auditor performance evaluation wants to grab 9.2, but I'm not sure if they wish to select it. And I also see 7.5 is must be selected, so I'll grab that one. But I don't have questions on it. I'll just put them on.
7.5.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Carpenter.
Yeah, 8.3 for voting purposes only.
8.3, just hold on.
8.4 was done, and 7.1, please.
And 7.1, okay. So 7.1, 7.2 are cross-referenced. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, got it. Can someone move the balance? Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette.
Sorry, I missed, I'm just double checking, 7.3 was selected?
7.3.
Yes.
7.3 is selected. I selected it. Yeah. Councillor Tang.
7.6, is that selected?
7.6 is not selected. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
Mayor Sohi, before you call the vote, can I just read out what I
Just
heard?
hold, just give me 1 second. Yeah. I would also like to select 7.7. And 7.12 as 7.12. Okay, all right. Go ahead. Eileen, please.
So, thank you. So before council votes, they have selected the following items for discussion. 7172 will be dealt with together. 73, 75, 76, 77, 712. Council may wish to consider having 77 and 712 both time specific, but I'll leave that to council. 8.3 was selected for voting purposes only, as was 8.4 for voting purposes only, and item 9.1.
Yep. Okay, can someone move the balance,
So
please?
moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us we have already approved?
Sure. This morning, City Council has approved the following request to reschedule item 5.1. Edmonton Economic Development Agency's review will come back in Q1 2026. Council has also approved the recommendations from Executive Committee in item 7.4, the 2024 alley lighting maintenance tax excess revenue. 7.8, the draft calendar for 2025-2026. 7.9, the business improvement area policy C462B. 7.10, the Snowberry Neighborhood Structure Plan Council authorization. 7.11, the Edmonton Financial Sustainability Framework. And I believe there was one private report, item 9.2, consultant update number 3, 2025.
Request to speak. There's a request to speak on 7.3 and 7.8. 10.8, which we. That's a motion pending, so we wouldn't be hearing on that. On 7.3, wouldn't the folks from the Métis Urban Capital Housing Corporation be part of the delegation?
It's up to administration to determine the delegation, so I would look to them to respond.
Mayor Sohi, my understanding is that the organization is registered just to answer questions. We have chosen not to include them as part of the delegation, but if it's council's desire to
Because
have
that's
them-
what we have done in the case of Jasper Place Wellness Center, as well as the Niggin Housing Venture, when we made that decision on sale below market, because there might be questions to them from council. So
Mayor Sohi, we definitely do. There is precedent for them joining
okay.
delegation.
So
for sure.
we'll include them as part of the delegation. That'll be Aaron Barner and Bindu Bonio. Okay. All right. Okay. request specific time on the agenda. So 7/1/2 is 1:30 Wednesday. And Eileen, you would suggest that 7.7 be at the same time?
Yeah, if I had to guess, I bet you some of the delegation
Yeah.
crosses over, but it's going to flow in this, yeah, if you want to deal with both of those on Wednesday.
Yeah, so
let's see.
can someone move that to we also deal with 7.7 as the second item on Wednesday?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
So 7.1 and 7.12 would both be dealt with at 1:30 on Wednesday.
7.7, this collective bargaining update, and the
They're the ones
7.12
that
is
asked
collective
me for it.
bargaining update as well. Got it?
Yep, they asked me for the request.
7.7, did I say 7.1? I'm sorry. So 7.7, firefighters collective bargaining update, as well as Police Services Association update will be time specific 1:30 on Wednesday. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardinal.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, 8.12, 8.13, 8.14, 8.15, 8.16, 8.17, 8.18, 8.19, 8.20, 8.21, and 8.22, and 8.23.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21197, bylaw 21198, bylaw 21303, bylaw 21300, bylaw 21223, bylaw 21218, bylaw 21222, bylaw 21224, bylaw 21216, bylaw 21219, bylaw 21228, bylaw 21217, bylaw 21227, bylaw 21225, bylaw 21220, bylaw 21226, bylaw 21221, bylaw 21170, bylaw 21243, bylaw 21246, and bylaw 21090.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, 8.3 is selected for voting purposes only. Can someone move the bylaw?
Yes, I'll move second reading of bylaw 21265.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Yeah, okay. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 21265.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you so much. 8.4, can someone move the third reading, please?
Yes, I'll move the third reading of bylaw 20890.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Clerk, there's a subsequent related to this bylaw, so we'll deal with subsequent now on that bylaw.
If we could, if the bylaw passes.
It did.
Oh, sorry. Yep, then now is a good time.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that the mayor, on behalf of council, send a letter to Minister Nixon requesting that the government of Alberta work collaboratively with the City of Edmonton and Hope Mission to pursue a plan to decrease the occupancy size of the Bruce Reith Centre and Herb Jameson Centre without decreasing Edmonton's overall emergency shelter capacity.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. Can you make the introduction, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciated the conversation that we had around the amendments that have just passed and appreciate the reasons for excluding these two existing facilities. These are legacy projects that were built at a time before our minimum shelter standards and also at a time when our own zoning bylaw was much more restrictive. It led to this concentration of spaces in a very small area. And we are seeing the effects of that now. The intent of this motion is to work collaboratively with the province, with our partners at Hope Mission, to come up with a plan to decrease the occupancy of these two facilities. The hope is that, again, the great work that's been done to provide smaller, more dispersed shelters continues and is reflected in these pieces. In terms of naming the City of Edmonton, okay, there's been a different, this is some earlier wording. The wording that I have shared most recently notes the need for the city to work collaboratively in this endeavor. Again, emergency shelters are not our purview, but we do want to be partners, whether that's looking at zoning, at potentially providing a location or land to support these efforts. I don't mean to suggest that the city take on these operations or this work, but again, I want us to be a partner at the table to come up with a solution that's needed in our community. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what is the new wording?
We don't have it, so if we could have it, that
Yeah.
would be super.
Oh, I apologize. I emailed it yesterday, but I will put it in the chat right now. So it's nearly identical. It just says that the government of Alberta work collaboratively with the City of Edmonton and Hope Mission to pursue a plan. So it's just including us as a partner in this work.
Just one moment and we'll get it up on the screen.
No
Marissa.
worries. In the meantime, questions, colleagues? Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I really appreciate this motion. To the mover, is your intent then with that collaborative, I'm just waiting for the wording to be up, but with the collaborative plan to include more, like in these current facilities, more day shelter spaces and more healthcare services and those kind of things, while distributing the actual like sleeping amenities? Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think the buildings themselves, you know, I think of the Herb Jameson, for example, it's sort of split into 4 quadrants. Those are all sleeping spaces, all 4 quadrants. If, let's say, 2 remained as sleeping spaces, the other 2 as you say, programming, wraparound services, those types of approaches, I think would absolutely be supported.
And the one thing that I've been really grappling with around shelters in my tenure so far is that we talk about like number of the shelter spaces, which is great that we've had the advocacy and that the province has stepped up with more shelter spaces, but there's quantity and then there's also quality. And I do think that there's, you know, certain people that, like I think about youth, and I think Councillor Paquette's been a big advocate for talking about how we don't have a lot of youth-specific spaces or family-specific spaces. Do we intend to kind of dig a little bit into that too, maybe, if there's an opportunity?
Absolutely, and I think it's really worth pointing out that the new shelter capacity that the province has brought on over the past 4 years has followed those principles. We have seen the introduction of a women's shelter, an Indigenous-led shelter. Those are great directions. I think what we want to be sure that we're doing is we're not leaving these legacy projects behind, that we take the capacity that's there, those funded shelter spaces, and ensure that they're also achieving those same positive outcomes as you've highlighted.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? We got the new wording. Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I would like to ask the mover of the motion, did you do this along with the mayor? Like, is he aware of this? To me, this is suggesting that this has not been discussed before.
So when we were debating this at public hearing a few weeks ago, I had mentioned my intent to move this at this time. This was the recommended wording that I received from administration. You know, as mentioned, I mentioned it at our last public hearing. I shared this by email yesterday. So we haven't had any direct conversation about it, but I don't think it's a surprise.
Okay, sorry. I guess, I mean, I had assumed that this discussion had already been happening. I'm not sure, like, why we need to have a letter.
I think we've spoken in the past in general terms about the need for shelters to meet our minimum shelter requirement, or I think we call them our best practices. We've never had a specific ask around these 2 facilities that I'm aware of.
All right. And can I just say, I am very much, if this letter were coming to me and I see requesting that you work collaboratively with me, suggests that there is no collaboration. There's been no discussion, no collaboration, and
Can I
just, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
please.
I think there has been very productive collaboration on the increasing shelter capacity, right? And also my conversation with Minister Nixon and Premier about their concerns about limiting the ability of existing providers to, when we were talking about the bylaw changes, so we conveyed those, but we haven't had a specific conversation around reducing the capacity of the existing 2 shelters. I think that's where this motion is coming from. So it's not that it lacks collaboration. We lack collaboration. It's more about having a collaborative approach to reduce the capacity of these facilities where we haven't had conversation yet.
And I appreciate the flag. when I threw in the word collaborative, it was more, I was thinking more of our approach, but I see you're right. It is, the way it's phrased, it's asking them to be collaborative. So happy to entertain any amendments to clarify that.
Okay, well, that's it for me right now, for now.
Thank you. Councillor Cutmell?
So I had similar questions. There have been so many conversations around shelters, shelter sizes, shelter standards, disaggregating, or reducing the concentration of shelters in Chinatown. Do we really think the province is unaware that these shelters are pretty big and we'd like them smaller, and we would like to see shelters, moving out of the core? Well, I would say it's to Mayor Sohi. You just said that, you've had lots and lots and lots of conversations, but not one about the size of the shelters of these two.
Yeah, so,
I find that hard to believe.
no, I mean,
Yeah.
there has been a lot of conversation about spreading out shelters into
Yeah.
the city and reducing the size and going forward, but we haven't had any conversations whether we should be reducing the capacity of these two sites, because these are very specific conversation that would involve these shelter providers as well. There has been broader conversations about the forward-looking approach, but not reducing the capacity of these two sites. I haven't had a specific conversation on.
So you need a letter from council to instruct for that conversation to happen?
I don't necessarily need, but I think if council feels that a specific direction be given to talk about these two specific sites, right, then it's more focused conversation on those two sites, which would in my mind, would also involve the organizations, because it's about their
Well,
capacity.
I would think that would go without saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Letter, no letter,
Yeah.
whatever the conversation
Yeah.
might be. What is the efficacy of these letters? We have moved so many motions about writing letters. Does this create in conversations that are otherwise not had? Winter's
think-
coming. We have a conversation about shelters every winter. There's going to be a conversation about shelters. There's going to be intergovernmental conversations about shelters. We know the shelters are too big. We know they need to be dispersed. We know we need less spaces in Chinatown. Do we need yet another instruction for another letter to go have a conversation?
I think letter, I continue to have conversations on these issues. I think what letters do is bring a specific focus, and I'll be reporting on one of them in part of this council on the last letter that was requested of a meeting, right? So I think that it does bring a focus, right? It's not that it is required, but it does show the weight of council behind that. So it's, yeah. That's all it does, right? So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So, my first question goes to administration. I know this is a really important topic, so specifically give the impact for our Chinatown. I think this conversation definitely is needed, but I do want to have this information in record for public to understand. So what is our role? What is provincial's role? So my first question, I'm actually really confused for this motion. So my first question, can administration confirm what is under our city scope? Because we add with the city of Edmonton, what our city's role and in the specific emergency shelter?
Hi there, Stacey Galatly, Branch Manager for Social Development. Maybe I will step in first, and if folks from UPE want to step in with some of the permitting or developing side, happy to. Of course, we have really close relationships with the Government of Alberta. We work with them quite closely on all things homelessness and housing. So in any of their endeavors to, whether it's stand up.
I'm sorry, I'm a minute for my time, and so I just want get very straight point. What is our city's role in this emergency shelter?
Councillor Rice,
Yeah.
emergency shelter is the purview of the province, but obviously we have to work together on these things.
Okay, so that's his answer I would like to hear. So then next question is to the mover. Can you explain a little bit more about decrease occupancy size, but at the same time not decreasing overall emergency shelter capacity?
Yeah, thank you. So the idea would be that some of the spaces that are currently located in those centers, so there's over 700 emergency shelter beds in those two buildings. So the thought would be that some of those spaces would be relocated to other centers.
To other centers.
And
But then how we can keep the emergency shelter capacity still the same level?
So there would be the same number of emergency beds across the whole city, just in different locations.
So then how do you determine the location selection?
Yeah, so that's the intent of this, to come up with a plan to do that. And this is the role that the city can help to play in terms of finding potential locations, supporting the permitting. Yeah.
So if that is case, my next question is how many locations already in Chinatown?
How many locations are there currently in Chinatown for emergency shelters? Well, certainly these two, the mustard seed location that we've discussed previously.
So your intention for this motion to increase more shelters location in Chinatown, or so what's the specific that balance there? I would like to say. Why I'm asking this question, because we heard over and over Chinatown is too concentrated.
Absolutely.
And so I would like to have a very clear intention to be defined, and if we're going to have this conversation with the province.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and I'm realizing that the motion is silent on my intent, which is that relocation is to other areas of the city.
And do you have the other area specifically defined?
No.
So if you have no other area specifically defined, and then have the collaboration conversation or discussion already happened, and between those centers and located in Chinatown or located across the city, and if not, and then so what is later could achieve that outcome, or is that the first step our city needs to have that conversation first?
I think that we could provide some clarity in this motion, that it would be to decrease the occupancy size of these two centers and relocate capacity to other areas without decreasing.
Yes, so to me, and even from balance points, I did not say this later could achieve that outcome, but I do see the work already happening and between our city and the province could help achieve that. So I agree with my colleague's earlier comment. My time is out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Ms. Galatly, you would work with UPE to identify where some of these shelter spaces could be, correct?
Of course, that's generally within the purview of the province, but if they need support with permitting, development permits, et cetera, we would be supporting that as a city.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I think that's part of that collaboration, right? That's intended in this motion.
That would be my assumption, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to put forward a friendly amendment, and I appreciate the mover for putting this forward. I'm wondering if we can amend after Government of Alberta to say to work or to continue to work collaboratively with the city of Edmonton. And then I would also like to include the word specific, so pursue a specific plan to decrease the occupancy size.
Are those friendly? Okay.
I'm looking
Seems
to my
so.
colleagues,
Yeah,
is it
yeah,
friendly?
yeah.
Yes, yeah, I just think that, you know, and I do appreciate the show of support that these letters do provide to the mayor in the discussions with the province. And so I do think it's important that it also includes council's voice, not just the mayor going off on his own, talking to the province. So I think that's important. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Nope, those were precisely the amendments I was going to suggest.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Just to speak to it.
Okay. All right, that concludes the questions on the subsequent motion that is on the floor. Now to speak, Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think we've talked before about whether these writing letters is valuable or not, or what's the most effective form of advocacy. But I think one thing we often forget is that there's a lot of power in the community, and when the community knows and has a paper trail and has a letter, and when future councillors can show this letter and say in 2035 that in 2025 we asked for something, we took a position, we wanted direction. I think that's really, really valuable. I think we hear a lot about conversations, and yet it frustrates me that we don't have a paper trail. So when I was looking up this motion, I started looking up the UCP's community safety task force that they did earlier. I was trying to look up the recommendations from following the murders in Chinatown. There was the minister asked for a safety plan from the city of Edmonton, and like I can allude to all these different conversations and task forces and things, and if we don't have things clearly documented in a paper trail, in a letter that the city council has been asking for X, Y, Z, we're not just shortchanging future councils, we're shortchanging community members in their advocacy. I think especially with this or any other government, we need to have these commitments documented, and so I think this is an important motion, and again, I would I disagree with my colleagues that just sort of the backroom conversation approach is working. I think having a consistent, defined, documented paper trail is essential, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Anyone else to speak? Oh, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. Just, I think this motion does a few important things. It recognizes that collaboration is already happening now, and asks the province to continue working with us and Hope Mission and our other largest shelters to reduce concentration. The intent is clear, not to cut capacity, but to spread it more evenly so the system works better for both the shelter users and the neighborhoods, which is something we've had requests for as long as I can recall. Also, by putting this request in writing, we create a transparent record, as Councillor Jans mentioned, that strengthens, not weakens, our collaboration with the province. And when progress is made, a public letter means everyone can point to the success, whether it's maintaining capacity, reducing concentrations, or even going above and beyond what was first asked, which may actually be the outcome. And so that becomes a proof. So even the province can point to it and say, this is what was asked for us. This is what we actually delivered, which is even more than what the people of Edmonton had requested. So that's a strength right there. These letters are about diplomacy. We get asked a lot by the public, hey, can you work more collaboratively with the province? Yes, and here is the diplomatic proof of that effort. It's transparent. You can see it. You can measure it. You don't just have to take my word for it. It's right there in black and white. It's about accountability. It also shows the public what council is requesting. Again, the diplomacy, the transparency, the accountability. And it gives the province a very clear view of what council is asking for as a council, not just what the mayor might say, although I do trust the mayor, but that is also a help as well to see that this is coming from the representatives of the people of Edmonton. And that makes it possible for all parties, the province, the city, our service partners, to stand together and say, here's what we achieved. So not only do I agree with the content of this letter, I agree with the approach of these letters. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
No, I have written a number of letters to both federal and provincial ministers and prime ministers and premiers, right? And so I think it's a good question whether are they effective or not, right? And all of those letters and correspondences are actually publicly available on my website, and you can actually see which one is top red, which one is kind of medium red. I think there's interest. They serve engaging Edmontonians as well, right? But also they highlight what some of the successes have been, those advocacy. I want to highlight some of them. For example, we identified to the province earlier on through letters and advocacy and meetings that we only have 700 emergency shelters in our city compared to 1,700 that Calgary had. And through that advocacy, now we have 1,700 shelters that are open 24 hours, 7 days a week, and they have also health-related services and the quality that Councillor Rutherford was speaking about earlier on, right? I think that was effective in my mind. You know, I wrote a letter to Minister McIver on restoring grants in lieu of taxes. I think that was pretty effective advocacy on all of us, all of us doing, and now we got that grant funding restored. I wrote a letter to Minister Virani on bail reforms, on the earlier stage of bail reforms, highlighting Edmonton's unique circumstances, why those bail reforms are necessary, and we saw action on that. You know, then I can talk about downtown investment plan, the CRL extension. There's a number of examples I can highlight how that advocacy, along with initiating conversations through council-supported letters, have generated, and I will also be able to highlight later on in our meeting about my recent conversation with the Premier from our last motion from council. I think all these things kind of add up. It's not just one thing is effective. It's just a combination of the various things that we do as elected officials in engaging with the province and the federal government on advocacy that comes to fruition. Right, and there has been a number of examples where we have been successful. So I think it'll be helpful to have that direction on specific, because we haven't had a conversation on these two sites yet, reducing the capacity and how we do that. So, okay, yeah. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you. I will be very quick. So I think Councillor Paquette said it really well, and it's about the collaboration approach. So it's not about the later. So collaboration, that approach, and then it's really important, and between different orders of the government and even between our colleagues and then here as well. I'm going to support this motion to have this later, but I do want to put a comment on to follow the question I asked to get clear answer and a clear outcome. So because we do want to see the effectiveness of the leaders. and we have been sending lots of letter, and we have been work collaboratively, and then work with province. I think collaboration is the principle, but sometimes and then the effort also needs to reflect on the outcomes as well. And otherwise, and we can keep saying later, but we have to very clear define and what is under our authority and what is under different orders of government authority, and to align with that type of authorities, and then those collaboration and should be based on how government's defined and by the MGA. So also in terms of occupancy rates, size, and also the emergency shelter capacity, we had the conversation so many times in this council. And then I would like to see, and at one point, we have very clear, all the common understanding, what is our role, what we could do. And that is the point I want to get some answer. And also, I would like to see the impact for the Chinatown, and will be addressed through this continued collaboration work. And because Chinatown's voice cannot be ignored. I want to say that one more time. And we talked about deconcentrate the certain services. We talked about and how we can support the Chinatown as a part of our city to really provide that culture and the heritage fact, and for Edmontonians to go there, enjoying and a different heritage, different culture. I think that we cannot ignore that piece. That's my hope, to support this later, to get some answers continually. So that is why I add my name to there to speak about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please, Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate the discussion this morning, and it was a good flag that this motion isn't actually explicit about the desire and intent that this occupancy is placed in other areas of the city. You know, I think the conversation around deconcentration has been ongoing for many years, certainly in our term, and I think this is a great opportunity to really realize this. The facilities as they stand now do act as a center of gravity, and there are challenges that we see, that operators see, that surrounding neighbors see, and also the users of those shelters see when they're at such a significant scale. So I appreciate my colleagues who are supporting this, and I think it's the first step in a really important series of actions to help relieve pressure on Chinatown and the core of our city. I always think it's important to reiterate that the people experiencing homelessness and the organizations looking to support them are not the problem. The true challenge we face is the gaps in housing and health services for all Edmontonians. And while I'm excited for us to find some solutions to these current to the capacity of these two centers, I don't want to lose sight of the other important work that needs to happen to address the underlying causes. So I do really appreciate the approach the province has taken to adding new emergency shelter capacity. You know, we've generally seen that has, you know, supported best practice guidelines, smaller spaces, serving specific populations. That's adding safety for those users, and again, causing less spillover effects to surrounding neighbors. Also want to acknowledge the phenomenal work that Hope Mission does each and every day, supporting marginalized Edmontonians in our city. And thank you to our staff for taking on this work as well. And again, as was made clear today, we are not looking for the city to move into this space. This is, again, squarely a provincial jurisdiction, but we certainly want to be supportive partners in important ways to facilitate this plan through our land use and permitting processes. So thank you all again, and I encourage you to support this.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Before we go into rest of the agenda, when the schedule for this council meeting was discussed at the agenda review committee, we did not anticipate large number of notice of motions. I think there was only a couple of notice of motions from previous directions, but now we have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and potentially another one, right? 14 notices, which probably is going to create some challenges with the completion of the agenda. So maybe, I think clerk has surveyed council members if they're available or not, right? So I don't know what that outcome is. Maybe we can, after lunch, right, come back and see if how we go with the first two items, and we might have to extend the order.
Yeah, it'd be also helpful to get an understanding of the intention of all 13 notices of motion. I've heard chatter that there could be a few more, so maybe if we could understand what that looks like. And also, it has been customary at the end of council term for there to be sort of closing remarks. I'm just wanting to get confirmation if that will happen at this council meeting or on Friday.
Yeah, so think about those things, right? And if you're intending to make your motions, let me know. If you're adding more, let me know. If you're not intending to make your motions, do let me know as well, please, so that we can manage the agenda. Okay, we'll come back to that after lunch. Okay, now we are going to go into our item 7.1 and 7.2, which are to be dealt together and exempted by Councillor Cartmell. We'll go to administration for a presentation.
Mayor Sohi, I'll just say that I've got some specific capital questions on essentially two items. I don't know. I don't need the presentation. I read the reports. You may ask administration if they want the opportunity to make a presentation, but otherwise I don't need it.
Does administration want to take the opportunity to make a presentation or want to go directly to the questions?
We're happy to do either.
Okay, to the questions. We'll go to questions. Okay. It's yeah, questions. Yeah. Questions in public, yeah. How long is the presentation? Just hold on.
Probably about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed feelings, so I will go to presentation then. Yeah.
Good morning. Administration shares these updates 3 times a year with council to show the city's financial performance against the operating and capital budgets, as well as our financial projections for the remainder of the year. This regular reporting is part of our commitment to being accountable and open about our finances with council and with Edmontonians. It also gives council a solid understanding of our financial health to support decision-making. Ensuring the long-term fiscal health of our city while continuing to provide services Edmontonians rely on is a key priority for administration. Our latest financial reports show that the city is projected to end the year with a tax-supported deficit of $7.6 million. The projections are based on the June 30th, 2025 date, year-to-date results, and other available information. Year-end projections will be updated throughout the year as additional information becomes available. There's no single cause, but rather a combination of factors that are leading to the projected tax-supported deficit at year-end. Like many households, we've been faced with rising costs for materials and services that we provide. At the same time, we've seen an increase in demand for key public services. We also understand that our community has a low tax tolerance, and we've heard Edmontonians, and we know that raising property tax is not a viable solution, but we also know that the services we provide are important to Edmontonians. This reality is a central part of our challenge, and while $7.6 million deficit appears small when you consider the city's $3.7 billion budget, it is the cumulative effect that challenges us. Administration is working to ensure that we can close this deficit by year end. It's necessary to avoid placing the burden on the tax levy. The city continues to manage structural and ongoing budget challenges, which may continue to impact our finances in 2025 and 2026. In the short term, we're doing everything possible to end 2025 on budget. This is important to prevent further deterioration of the financial stabilization reserve and to provide the necessary runway to address our structural budget variances. In the medium term, we need to adjust the organization's costs and revenues to align to a new fiscal reality, and Council will start to see this as part of the fall supplementary budget. In the long term, we need to institutionalize resilience and prevent future structural budget variances, which is the intention for the move to results-based budgeting in the 2027 to 2030 budget development. We can't continue to deliver services at levels that exceed the budget. To address this persistent challenge, we need to understand the cost to deliver services at the stated level. What's the service we deliver? How well do we deliver it? And are we achieving the intended outcome? We also need to look at the way we collect revenue, who should pay for the services that we deliver, and in what form. Is a service best paid for by the tax levy, a user, or a ratepayer? These are all things we're thinking about when we gear up for the fall supplementary budget adjustments, which you'll see in November, and in the planning for the 2027 to 2030 four-year budget cycle. Joining me today for the presentation is Felicia Muthiardi, who will provide an economic update, Kent Bjornstad, the Director of Corporate Accounting and Reporting, who will walk us through the operating update for tax-supported enterprise in utility operations, as well as the capital update, Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial Services, and we also have members of the executive leadership team and folks from across the organization here to answer any questions you may have. I'll now ask Felicia Muthiardi to start us off with an economic update.
Thank you, Stacey. Good morning. So in Q2 2025, the performance of key indicators suggests that the Edmonton and Census Metropolitan Area, or CMA, economies were relatively resilient against a backdrop of heightened uncertainty from geopolitical trade developments. Now, the economic update portion of this presentation will focus on developments in the Edmonton CMA participation rate and consumer inflation, as covered in the city's Q2 2025 economic update report, as well as the inventory of units under construction in Edmonton. So we'll start first with the participation rate, which measures the share of the working age population that is participating in the labor market, which includes those who are employed and those actively seeking work. Those who are participating in the labor market by this definition are collectively referred to as a labor force. In Q2, the Edmonton CMA labor force rose 0.9% from Q1, which outpaced a 0.6% rise in employment. This led to an increase in the unemployment rate from 7.2% in Q1 to 7.5% in Q2. While the CMA labor force on a seasonally adjusted basis grew 0.9% between the first and second quarters, the working age population saw the strongest quarter-over-quarter growth, so that is 1.3%, since Q1 2024. Now, this facilitated a continuation in the downward trend to the Edmonton CMA's participation rate, which is on this chart. The red line represents quarterly participation rates, whereas the blue line represents the historical average over the 2011 to 2019 period. The CMA's participation rate was 67.8% in Q2 2025, which was the lowest rate in the CMA in data going back to 2011 outside of Q2 2020, which was the quarter with the deepest labor market impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. So we'll now shift our attention to consumer inflation. So led by a marked annualized deflation in transportation prices, consumer inflation in the Edmonton CMA in the second quarter, as measured by annualized percent changes in the Consumer Price Index, slowed from 2.9% in the first quarter to 1.6%. Transportation consumer prices at the provincial level saw a 1.9% annualized decline in the second quarter, coinciding with a 16% year-over-year decline in Edmonton CMA retail gasoline prices, which had risen 11% year-over-year in Q1. The removal of the federal government's consumer carbon tax was a significant contributor to this development. All other major consumer price categories continued to see annualized growth in the second quarter, with shelter at the Edmonton CMA level and food alcohol and tobacco products, and household operations at the provincial level, all exceeding 2%. On a year-to-date basis, through the first 6 months of 2025, Edmonton CMA consumer inflation has averaged annualized growth of 2.2%, down from 3.2% observed over the first 2 quarters of 2024. Next slide, please. Finally, as covered in our economic update report, housing starts in Edmonton gained momentum in the second quarter. Within city boundaries, there were 5,133 housing starts, representing an almost 53% gain over the second quarter in 2024. Semi-detached row and apartment starts drove growth in the second quarter, as single-detached starts posted a year-over-year reduction. Now, the strong performance contributed to under-construction inventory levels in Edmonton, reaching a new high in quarterly levels since at least 1990. On this chart, we have quarterly levels of units under construction. The green columns represent units intended for the rental market, which are predominantly apartments, while the blue columns represent homeownership and condominium units. As of the second quarter this year, rental apartments accounted for 55% of total units under construction. I'll now turn it over to Kent to walk you through the capital and operating financial results.
Thanks, Felicia. The capital report presents the capital financial results against the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, provides an update on significant projects, and includes an update on debt. This slide summarizes the total 23 to 26 capital budget, separating budgeted expenditures beyond 2026 and shows capital spent to date in the cycle compared to the previous cycle. $9.2 billion of the total approved 23 to 26 capital budget is for expenditures in the 23 to 26 timeframe, while the remaining $2 billion is for the period after 2026. As of June 30th, 2025, 2.5 years into the 4-year budget cycle, the city has expended approximately $3.6 billion of its capital budget, reflecting 39.5% of the $9.2 billion planned expenditures for the 23 to 26 period, as shown in the middle bar. For comparison, at the same point in the previous 4-year cycle, the city had expended approximately $2.9 billion, reflecting 40.5% of the planned expenditures for that period, which is shown in the right bar. The charts on this slide represent significant capital profile status, weighted by the project's approved budget relative to the total capital budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period. The left chart is budget status, and the right chart is schedule status. As indicated in the charts, 84.3% of the significant projects are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for budget, and 97.2% are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for schedule, which is projects within the green or yellow status. You will notice an increase in the red status this quarter compared to December 2024. This is attributable to the Capital Line South Extension LRT project. The original budget for this LRT line was $1.04 billion and was based on early preliminary design estimates. With these larger LRT projects, in order to secure grant funding from the other levels of government, the city is required to confirm their contribution towards the project through an approved budget early in the process, which is based on early design work and is therefore subject to change. Normally, in accordance with the PDDM approach, the delivery cost will be more accurate and based on a detailed design, checkpoint 3 estimates. Following the tender process, bids received were closer to the $1.39 billion. Subsequently, a request for additional budget was brought forward to Council, which was approved through tax-supported debt and other funding sources. This results in the project being shown as approximately $350 million over budget at a current approved adjusted budget of $1.39 billion, compared to the original budget of $1.04 billion. This chart reflects the city's tax-supported debt servicing and total debt servicing forecasted out to 2041, compared to the related debt servicing limits. Tax-supported debt servicing is reflected as the blue dotted line and shaded area on the chart. The city's policy limits tax-supported debt servicing to 18% of tax-supported net operating expenditures, which is shown as the blue diamonds line. The city is projected to finish the 2025 fiscal year with $4.6 billion of outstanding debt and is anticipated to use 69.5% of its tax-supported debt servicing limit and 54.2% of its total debt servicing limit by the end of 2025. Based on capital projects financed with tax-supported debt as of June 30th, 2025, the city is projected to reach its peak usage of tax-supported debt servicing limit in 2029, with an anticipated utilization of 86.7% of this limit. Based on this, tax-supported borrowing capacity of approximately $1.4 billion is currently available before the tax-supported debt servicing limit is reached in 2029. Now on to operating. The operating financial report reflects the June 30th, 2025 preliminary year-end operating results compared to the approved budgets. I'll go through enterprise and utility results and then cover tax-supported results, and then conclude with a quick overview of balances in our key reserves. Waste Services has a net $8.2 million favorable year-to-date variance, mainly due to favorable contract costs related to lower volumes of organics processing, savings at the material recovery facility due to lower than planned processing, and increased utility rate revenues as a result of higher single-unit curbside customer counts than planned. Waste Services year-end projection is $1.4 million, favorable due to lower contract costs from organics processing, higher utility rate revenues, and higher than expected extended producer agreement revenues as waste volumes are higher than budgeted. This is offset with higher personnel costs due to lower vacancies than planned and higher workers' compensation board premiums, and an updated valuation for the Clover Bar landfill post-closure liability due to inflationary cost impacts and increased complexity in post-closure activities. Land Enterprise is reporting an unfavorable year-to-date variance of $1.6 million and projects an unfavorable variance of $6.2 million due to shift in project timing and lot absorption within the budget cycle, with greenfield sales being lower than budgeted, partially offset by a higher than expected surplus land sales. Blatchford Redevelopment is projecting an unfavorable variance of $1.8 million due to timing of land sales within the cycle, and Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility has no significant variances to report. June's year-to-date results for the tax-supported operations is $15.8 million favorable, or 1.2% compared to budget, and the year-end projected position is $7.6 million unfavorable, or 0.2% compared to budget. The main factors contributing to the year-end tax-supported deficit include higher overtime costs for Edmonton Transit to cover sick time and workers' compensation board claims for transit operators, increased staffing and security requirements in community rec and culture to meet higher than expected attendance, and this is partially offset with vacancies across the organization. There is lower permitting demands for on-street construction and maintenance permits and other traffic control fees for detours, developer signs, and moving permits, slower than anticipated advertising revenue and transit services, and the city faces higher costs for renewable energy certificates in 2025 as a result of new renewable attributes purchase agreements, or RAPAs. The budget variance is a result of the difference between a contracted price for electricity in the RAPA agreements, referred to as the strike price, versus the current market price for electricity. If a market energy prices fall below the strike price, the city pays the difference. Conversely, if market price exceeds the strike price, the city receives money through the RAPA agreements. For 2025, projected lower market prices relative to the RAPA strike price results in an estimated $7.2 million payment from the city, creating an unfavorable variance of $4.6 million against a $2.6 million budget for rec purchases. There were also increased computer software costs, primarily related to Enterprise Commons project, hybrid work-related software, and various other software. And the city also experienced higher than budget costs related to increased frequency and severity for insured claims, primarily due to asset growth, inflation, aging infrastructure, climate change, vandalism, and higher injury settlements. These unfavorable projected variances are partially offset by lower fuel costs due to both lower prices and volumes, lower grant and subsidy payments, mainly due to delays in grant payments that are dependent on project completion and or meeting the grant program criteria for various programs such as Edge Fund, Economic Action Plan grants, and Downtown Vibrancy. As the majority of the budget is committed through either funding agreements or through the Downtown Action Plan, a carry forward of the unspent committed funds will be requested at year end. There are higher tax revenues reflecting the change in tax assessment values that occur between the tax bylaw and the tax notice mail-out, in part due to new construction, but mainly due to valuation changes on existing properties, increased membership and admission revenues due to higher than expected demand for programs and services, including bookings, rentals, and special events, and a favorable variance in financial strategies related to the utilities and inflation funding being held corporately to offset unfavorable budget variances throughout the organization. I'll now pass it over to Harm Rai to discuss some structural budget variances.
Thanks, Kent. So administration examines budget variances each quarter to understand the nature of the variance and take the corrective action that's necessary. In the past few years, we have seen persistent unfavorable variances across the corporation, which we refer to as structural budget variances. Structural budget variances are recurring budget deficits that are due to insufficient budget to cover service levels or revenues that are below the budgeted levels. Administration attempts to partly offset these unfavorable variances during the year with other favorable budget variances across the corporation. However, these other favorable budget variances are typically one-time in nature and are not permanent solutions to resolve the structural budget issues. Administration has identified several structural budget variances across the corporation. So last year, $80 million in structural budget variances were identified in the 23 to 26 operating budget. Of this amount, $30 million has since been addressed through various corporate strategies. leaving close to 50 million in structural budget variances for 2025 and beyond. Certain structural budget variances contributing to this 50 million are highlighted on the slide for reference. The 2024 fall supplementary operating budget adjustment included a motion for enhanced financial reporting, which is to report on unfunded variances exceeding 1.5 million in these quarterly financial reports, along with mitigation or action plans to prevent the accumulation in future budget cycles. So accordingly, the operating financial update report flags structural budget variances greater than 1.5 million. It provides descriptions of these variances along with corresponding action plans presently underway in an attempt to resolve them. This information is detailed in attachment 2 and 3 of the report, with variances exceeding 1.5 million specifically flagged in the relevant branch sections within attachment 1 of the operating report. The intent is to flag significant structural budget variances through the operating financial updates based on the financial results and the projections available, so that we can identify them for future budget discussions. The structural budget variances greater than 1.5 million discussed in the operating financial update include items such as contaminated snow removal, vandalism, the transit fare revenue, overtime, and on-street construction and maintenance permit revenues. So you won't see all the structural budget variances on this slide in the operating financial update, but only those greater than 1.5 million as directed by the motion. An update on all the structural budget variances, including those less than 1.5 million and accumulating to the 50 million you see on the slide, will be provided through the fall 2025 supplemental operating budget adjustment report. The city is actively implementing action plans designed to manage these structural budget variances. For 2025, the structural budget variances have been partially mitigated by budget surpluses across various areas of the corporation, resulting in a projected budget deficit of $7.6 million for tax-supported operations by year-end, so what you're seeing in the report today. The city is diligently trying to adhere to budget by managing expenditures across the corporation. This slide provides a visual representation of a structural budget variance related to unfavorable expenses when compared to budget. So currently, our service levels exceed budget. This is the main factor contributing to the structural budget variances. In our current economic environment, with limited resources, it's crucial that we operate under a budget-first approach. By starting with our budget, we ensure we make the most efficient use of available funds, prevent overspending, and align our service levels with our realistic financial capabilities. In other words, making sure the scale you see on the slide is balanced. Service levels need to match available budget. Addressing structural budget variances remains a priority for administration to maintain financial stability and to mitigate the impacts to the city's financial stabilization reserve. So these next few slides help understand the impact of tax-supported deficits, including the structural budget variances, on the city's financial stabilization reserve, also known as the FSR. So before we get into it, I wanted to provide a brief refresher on the purpose and importance of the FSR to the city's finances. The FSR serves as a critical financial instrument for the city, primarily designed to mitigate the impact of unforeseen, one-time expenditures and to offset potential deficits within the tax-supported budget. It helps ensure the city's continued financial stability and resilience against unexpected financial challenges. So the FSR has one main funding source, and that is the annual tax-supported surplus. In accordance with the council-approved FSR policy, in years where we have tax-supported surpluses, the surplus goes directly to the FSR and increases the balance of the FSR. In years where we have a tax-supported deficit, because all of our expenditures need to be funded as a municipality, those unfunded expenditures are paid for from the FSR, therefore reducing the balance of the FSR. So it's okay to use the FSR to fund tax-supported deficits from time to time. That's partly what it's there for, but only when those deficits are one-time in nature and not reoccurring items. In fact, in the last 17 years, we have had tax-supported deficits only 4 times, and each time the FSR has been reduced to pay for those overspends. 2 of those 4 times fell in the last 2 years, in 2023 and 2024, and were largely due to the net impact of structural budget variances. So structural budget variances are ongoing budget challenges that we have been using the FSR to pay for, which is really not the proper use of the FSR. The FSR is undeniably a cornerstone of the city's financial framework. It plays a pivotal role in guaranteeing our long-term financial sustainability. The FSR is supposed to be a readily accessible pool of funds that enables the city to navigate economic fluctuations, respond to emergencies, absorb unanticipated one-time costs without jeopardizing essential public services or resorting to immediate tax increases. So like I mentioned, in recent years, the FSR has been drawn upon to cover the structural budget variances, which over time erodes the amount of funding available in the reserve. Essentially, we're using a one-time funding source, the FSR, to pay for ongoing expenses, the structural budget variances. This is misaligned with our key budgeting principle, where one-time funds should only be used to pay for one-time expenditures. Using one-time funds to pay for ongoing costs is not a sustainable or recommended approach. This depletion of the FSR diminishes the city's capacity to effectively manage legitimate financial pressures. Addressing these structural budget imbalances is paramount to restoring the FSR to its minimal level and safeguarding the city's financial future. So with that being said, we wanted to show this using actual results over the last 4 years. So this slide reflects the annual transfers to and draws from the FSR in the last 4 years from 2021 to 2024, and the projected draw on the FSR based on the current projected tax-supported deficit of $7.6 million for 2025. So you can see in 21 and 22 at year-end, we made transfers to the reserve based on year-end tax-supported surpluses, many of those intentionally generated to help us with the impacts of COVID. So this increased the balance of the FSR. However, in 23 and 24, we ended the year with tax-supported deficits after considering the operating budget carry-forwards. And in 2025, we're currently projecting a tax-supported deficit of $7.6 million. So these deficits are offset with funding from the FSR, which is a draw on the FSR and a reduction in its balance. So if you add up the draws on the FSR at year-end from 23 and 24 and what we're projecting for 2025, the total funding taken from the FSR to fund the over-expenditures and lower than expected revenues over that time period is close to $107 million. So a fairly big number. Now, so I want to caveat this a bit. This is only reflecting the year-end transfers to and from the reserve at year-end. It doesn't reflect movements in the reserve during the course of the year, which would include funding released back to the FSR or additional funding approved by council from the FSR during the year, which would reduce the balance. Also, the 2025 forecasted draw on the reserve of $7.6 million reflects the 2025 tax-supported deficit position, but it doesn't consider any potential carry forward of unused operating budgets within that deficit number. With all that being said, the trend is still the same, and the point here is to demonstrate the compounding impacts on the FSR of the unresolved budget challenges and related over expenditures and their impacts on the FSR over time. So this slide shows the compounding impact of the FSR of the annual draws to offset tax-supported deficits. Each year, the structural budget variances go unresolved, the greater the impact on the FSR. This chart shows the growing gap between the balance of the FSR, which is trending downwards year over year, as you can see with that blue line, and the minimum required FSR balance, which is growing each year with the overall tax-supported expense budget, as reflected by that dotted line moving upwards. The growing gap requires greater funding in the future to resolve. The farther the FSR falls below its minimum balance, the larger the future burden is to solve this issue. That might mean that in the future, taxes will have to be used to increase to replenish the FSR, or other strategies will need to be pursued to bring the FSR above the minimum balance. This means that funding that becomes available in future years through increased taxes or reallocation of budgets through prioritization exercises should first go towards fixing the problem created by the compounding deficits from prior years that have accumulated in the FSR before they can be used towards other newer priorities. This is the fiscally responsible approach. So through the fall 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment process, Council approved tax increases in 25 and 26 to restore the FSR back to the minimum balance over 5 years by the end of 2029. This strategy will only work if we ensure we come in on budget or generate tax-supported surpluses from 2025 to 2029. That is why we're actively working to generate savings across the corporation for this year in 2025 to offset the projected tax-supported deficit of $7.6 million. I'll now hand it over to Kent.
This slide just shows a snapshot of the FSR for 2025. The projected December 31st, 2025 year-end balance of the FSR before considering the projected year-end tax-supported deficit is $78.4 million, which is below its minimum balance of $142.9 million for 2025. The projected planning and development reserve balance is $61.8 million and is above its minimum required balance of $21.1 million for 2025 and above the target balance of $52.6 million. Construction activity has continued to exceed expectations, leading to revenue favorability and a growing reserve balance. The Planning and Development Business Model, or PDBM, is a self-sustaining operation that provides review, approval, and inspection services for area and neighborhood structure plans, rezoning and subdivision, servicing agreements, development permits, and building permits. In accordance with City Policy C610, Fiscal Policy for the Planning and Development Business, the minimum reserve balance is calculated as 30% of budgeted expenditures, and the target balance is calculated as 75% of budgeted expenditures. In accordance with the policy, in the event the balance exceeds the target, administration will develop a strategy to reduce the fund balance over a period not to exceed 3 years, starting with the operating budget for the subsequent year. The reserve has been above the target balance since 2023, and therefore the reserve should be brought below the target balance by the end of 2026. Urban Planning has developed a strategy to reduce the fund balance, which includes shifting ongoing expenses related to enforcement, inspection, and landscape security administration, directly associated with the Planning and Development Business Model services, from tax levy funding to PDBM funding. Increased staffing to address service levels and meet demand. Maintaining a 2.1% fee increase, aligned with the initial budget cycle inflation estimate, which is below recent inflation figures, and the area is conducting a cost of service study to assess the costs and revenues of services provided by the PDBM to ensure a sustainable business model for the city. With these strategies, the forecasts indicate that the reserve will be drawn upon starting in 2026 and will drop below the target balance in 2027. Administration will continue to review forecasts on a regular basis and update projections as needed, and will consider adjustments to fees and expense budgets in an effort to draw the reserve below its target balance by the end of 2026. There may also be a need to revisit the target balance in the policy, as well as other policy objectives. The progress in this work will be shared with Council through regular financial updates. The projected year-end balance for the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve for 2025 is $8.1 million, which is above the required balance of $0.9 million. In December 2024, the province announced policy changes to Alberta's Automated Traffic Enforcement Program, which included prohibiting automated traffic enforcement on provincial highways or numbered highways, including roads that connect with provincial highways, restricting automated traffic enforcement to only playground, school, and construction zones, and limiting intersection safety device enforcement only to red light running, not speeding. Following these policy changes, automated enforcement revenue has significantly dropped, projecting a reserve deficit of approximately $12.2 million by the end of 2026. Administration will present municipal traffic safety expansion options at the fall 2025 SOBA to address traffic safety gaps from reduced enforcement. The reserve 2026 forecast will be reevaluated after this discussion. If the reserve remains below the minimum, administration will propose a strategy to reach the minimum over 3 years, starting with the 2027 operating budget as mandated by City Policy C579B.
Thank you. The inclusion of reporting on structural budget variances was a new component of the report, so we appreciate the opportunity to provide that context. We're happy to take any questions that you might have.
So, I'll come to Councillor Cardinal for questions. Can someone move the recommendations in 7172?
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay. Councillor Cardinal, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. My questions are around a couple of capital projects. The first being the work that's going on the West End. This is the first morning with the closure of the Wellington Bridge. It has been absolutely chaotic. My phone and email are blowing up. I'm sure others are as too. Wondering if there's any other potential mitigation tactics or strategies that might be employed there.
Yeah, I can probably talk to that, Councilor Carmel. So being day one, we've had a few communications out in terms of like the PSA. We've got a deliberate plan around traffic management, detours, shortcutting, traffic calming. So there's been a number of plans that the team has implemented. On day one, we're going to be assessing, but we've been hearing that feedback too, loud and clear, something to look at. So we're in the process of evaluating how things are going, what types of communication methods do we need to adjust? Is there any sort of traffic management that needs to be tweaked or adjusted? But we're monitoring the situation closely in terms of how to manage the traffic.
And I would say, Councillor, too, always when you have a disruption like this, you have to give it a little bit of time to settle down and let traffic redistribute. So we're monitoring, we're being proactive, but we're giving it a bit of time to see how it settles in as well.
Is there any consideration to providing more throughput on some of the roads through the west end? Is there any opportunity at all to keep one lane each way on Wellington Bridge while the other half is being worked on? Is there a way to temporarily reverse a lane on 107th Avenue so that we can get more throughput on the peak hours? Anything, you know, outside of the box, like those kinds of things that will see more volume capacity from the west end in and out of the core?
At this point, I would say for Wellington Bridge that isn't feasible given the scale and nature of what we need to do there. We can monitor and look at other things. The scale of initiative to change a lane like on 107 Avenue would be substantial. So again, at this point, I think we're monitoring and seeing how traffic settles down. And to Craig's point, we will look at all options that we feel we can adjust if necessary and needed. There's lots of tweaks you can do to signal timing adjustments, elements like that. Parking lanes or not. So we've done some of that already.
So the ward I represent has two paths to the core, either through the west end, which is gone, or east, more or less on the White Mud to Calgary Trail and up. That path too also leads to a closed bridge. Do we know when the low-level bridge might be open to northbound traffic?
Jason, I know you're online. Can you speak to status of low level?
Yep, thank you, Craig. The low-level bridge northbound is proceeding as planned. We are anticipating to still be complete by the end of the year. We're in the process of completing the erection of the scaffolding underneath the bridge, and work has already started on the first span. So by all accounts, the first month of work has been going as planned, and we anticipate to be done by the end of the year.
Is there any, yeah. Okay, I'm going to move to in the interest of time, I've got another series of questions. I think we all received an email from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business talking about the conversion of the curb lane on 101st Street between 107th Avenue and Kingsway to bus lanes. And we've heard from that community that they'd like to see those lanes remain parking lanes. On the one hand, it seems like there's other parking opportunities. It's just a 2-block stretch. But it's just a 2-block stretch. Is there any consideration of returning those roads to the arrangement that they were in, where there was parking on those curb lanes, and starting the bus lanes at the Kingsway 101 Street intersection?
Yeah, Pascal, maybe I'll let you jump in on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So the transit priority measures that are being implemented on 101st Street will go from Kingsway all the way to Jasper Avenue. This is phase 1 of that implementation. And so eventually there will be a transit lane or transit priority measures. This is what is still being kind of assessed from the portion of 107A to Jasper Avenue. And so from our perspective, to ensure the objective of the transit priority measures, which is efficient transit, that configuration that is being implemented right now is what we will continue to move forward with. And as you mentioned, Councillor Cartmel, there are alternative parking in the area, and we've also modified parking on adjacent or cross streets or avenues to ensure that.
I've only got 10 seconds. When will we know what's going to happen between 107th A and Jasper?
The design is ongoing, and so it would be implemented next year. And so there'll be an update to council either late this year or early in 2026.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So my first question is about the capital. So compared to 2024 December and 2025 June, and so it's good to see the by schedule and actually have the positive increase. However, by the budget, so can you explain a little bit more by why by the budget, and then the acceptable tolerance level and the much lower than December 24?
Yeah, I can start, and somebody else can jump in if they'd like to. So that's mainly due to one project, so that's the Capital Line South Extension. So the approved budget for that was around 1.04 billion. The original budget, once the tenders came in, they came in a bit higher than that, so we had to come back and ask for additional budget for that. So the project budget increased to around $1.3 billion. So it's that shift from original budget to adjusted budget that's causing that increase in red for budget.
So I recall the increase is $242 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, around there, yeah.
Okay. So because as probably you already know, and many people already heard about the traffic impact is too much, and then gives a Capital 9 South extension right now and on 111th Street for the south side of Madrid. I would like to get some like the from IAS and what is specific schedule and on the portion of 111th Street, and to finish that portion and to reduce the traffic impact for the south side of Edmonton.
Bruce, do you want to give an update on status?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Rice. Right now, we're working on the 9th Avenue East intersection. That work is expected to be cleaned up around mid-October, and after that, then we should be returning to 2 lanes in each direction for the winter on 111th Street.
Okay, thank you for that. Because the budget right now increase, and then do we still have the plan to keep up on that schedule?
It's still, this is their first year of major construction, but they're proceeding on schedule right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then so I move to the operating piece. For the operating piece, specific FSR, if I heard very clear, and we should not use one-time FSR and to pay ongoing cost. So that's his fundamental principle for to keep our city's finance healthy. But right now the tax-supported deficit in the past 17 years, I heard them mentioned 4 times. Can you give me a specific number? And in the past 17 years for 4 times deficit, which it is for which year?
Yeah, just give me a moment here. So in 2008, it was around an $18 million deficit. That was due to the investment market back then in 2008. In 2011, there was around a $4 million deficit. I can't recall what the specific reasoning for that was, but that's what we incurred as a tax support deficit that year. In 2018, it was a $2.3 million deficit as a result of various factors. And then in 2023, it was $41 million deficit.
So how about 2025?
Yeah, so that would be, so I haven't included it. And our intent is to try to come in on budget by the end of the year. So the projection right now is a $7.6 million deficit. We're hoping to come in on
by the end and is balanced budget.
That's our intent.
Okay,
yeah.
so I think we're aimed for that piece. So in terms of structure budget variances there, and do you have any specific plan into how we can balance that budget? Because right now it's for $49.7 million.
All the plans are listed in attachment 2.
And so in that plan, and specifically if I go back, give me 1 second, if I go back the table here, if I go back table here, I have a few questions. I only have 20 seconds. So in terms of with the services here, YTD variances and is 8.2 million, but to the year and is decreased so much. And is there any specific reason? And from $8.2 million decreased to $1.4 million.
Sorry, Councillor, did you say?
Oh, with the services. I will come back. Then my time is out. Sorry.
Yeah,
Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, before we begin, can I just make a quick point of order?
Yeah, what is it?
Okay, and this is about the order of operations for today. I would just encourage councillors through you to remember to avoid speaking to items before they ask their question. I understand the need for some clarification and context on questions, but I think we're straying far too much into
Commentary?
Okay,
got it.
commentary on issues rather than sticking to questions.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And, by the way, and questions that are already answered in the report.
People are entitled to ask questions. We, when they repeat it, I just not much we do, but the good flag on. Yes, absolutely. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So, okay, I got to go back to the slide. I guess I'm concerned about the amount, the structural budget variances due to overtime, personnel. Is that related to as well the claim settlement and WCB premiums? So are we experiencing these variances, because of like short-term disability, mental health, or is it a recruitment problem that we need to pay overtime? I don't know.
Sure. So there's a couple of structural budget variances in what you just stated there, Councillor. So there's in Edmonton Transit Services and Fire Rescue Services, there's structural budget variances related to overtime, and that's the result of leaves. Some of those are related to WCB leaves. So that's one. We also have structural budget variances related to WCB premiums in general. So just the premiums are higher than we have in the budget, so that's something we have to resolve as well. So a couple of different structural budget variances there.
Okay, but is it, like, are we lacking, do we need to do more with recruitment?
I might refer that to someone from Employee Services.
Or what could we do, and if so, what could we do to improve recruitment efforts?
I'm not sure Michelle's here, so actually, let me try this. So there are various aspects across the city where sometimes there can be a recruitment problem, and I think we experience that in certain places across the corporation. My understanding is the primary structural budget variances is actually due to not recruiting, but a larger portion of our workforce being off on leaves, either short-term or long-term leaves, and each of the respective business areas is undertaking an analysis to go through and really understand what is the root cause that is causing the leaves that then in turn cause the overtime.
Okay, thank you. That was my concern, and the action is being taken then to try to get us ahead on that. Perfect. And then I was also surprised at the cumulative year-to-date showing, looking at 6.6 million, but now we're projecting about 7.4. Again, what sort of action are we taking at I guess at each different branch or department level to try to find those pennies?
So I'll maybe answer this like holistically. So what we've done is we've throughout the corporation really tried to reiterate the importance of coming in on budget. So we're asking people to do whatever they can with their discretionary spending to try and close the gap for that $7.6 million. Then these structural budget variances, a solution to these is critical for us to be able to set ourselves up in future years to not have to chase the deficits, but in order to be able to operate as intended with our budgets.
Okay, that sounds like good planning coming forward. Excellent. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just very quickly, the question of shortcutting. So I have been hearing that there's increased shortcutting through Rossdale with folks coming under off of the James McDonald Bridge. Do our capital projects include funding for traffic mitigation when is that sort of rerouting?
Yes, Councillor, that's part of the scope of our capital projects when we work with Craig's team on those things. Yeah.
Great. Well, really appreciate that. I think just to flag, I think 101 Street is seeing much increased volumes. If there were some interventions there, I think that would really help. And just wanted to confirm very clearly as well. So again, there's been a slight shift for the Valley Line LRT downtown to Lewis Farms. Just want to confirm that is not shifting the anticipated completion of the accelerated road work on that project?
No, I can let Bruce jump in more, but it's currently on the plan that we agreed to with council.
Great. And so again, that's sort of completing all the road works for the alignment by the end of this construction season, and that's on schedule?
Yeah, Bruce, you want to add? I think you'll say the same after me. But.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Councillor Stevenson, the plan that we have in place for this year, MIP is still tracking on that with 149 Street expected open in the next few weeks here as well by mid-October.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I was wondering, given and there's a lot of good information in this report, in both these reports, and I thank Edmund here for pulling all of this together. I was trying to track down what the grants in lieu of taxes amount is going forward.
Just give me a second, Councillor Jans, to look that up, and if you want to go to your next question.
Sure. I was also wondering, do we, and I was trying to find this in the fiscal gap report, but do we do something of kind of a operating tax like a operating cost per hectare or operating cost per X, or operating cost per acre? Do you know what I mean? Like if I looked at okay, we had 10,000 kilometers of roads, now we have 16,000 kilometers of roads, the operating cost of roads has gone up, 52% or something. Do we have some measurement like that?
So it depends on the business area, but I can tell you that one of the things that we're looking at as part of results-based budgeting is some of the indicators that we would be able to establish to monitor those. We also have a project called Total Cost of, the Total Cost of Operations. I'm getting the name wrong. But a project like that is intended to help us understand what is the cost to deliver and maintain sidewalks, what is the cost for roadways, to really help us come up with those indicators that will help us have better access to that trending that you're asking for.
Yeah, because like I not to jump to the other report, but we didn't select the fiscal sustainability framework that I thought was a good report. But then I was looking at those questions under, I think under item 4 in that report about understanding growth demands and responding in a financially sustainable way. And I was trying to overlay that kind of analysis onto these reports and thinking about, okay, how are we, if our biggest cost of operation is our footprint, how are we managing that footprint?
Yeah, so we talked about the fiscal sustainability framework at committee last week, but that is the intention, to provide an overarching framework that we can have those different types of conversations, so that fiscal conversations are not just variances, but how can we build it? How can we align with the city plan to make those changes that are meaningful and efficient use of taxpayer dollars in the building of a city?
Okay, all right. I'll save my other comments for speaking to it then, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the update, and maybe just to follow up on Councillor Jans's point, the total cost of ownership work. I believe we have a memo coming on that as well in advance of Fall SOBA. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, awesome, fantastic. So, just a few lingering questions for me. Wanted to ask about the Safe Crossings program. So and just getting clarity on this, 2025 and 2026 are funded. I believe, was there also a council motion to come back around any, like there's a gap left by the changes to automated enforcement, but that is coming back to council for discussion to how we might fill that gap?
That's right. There's a motion for Fall SOBA for administration to provide options to close that gap in terms of like what was left after the new legislation on automated enforcement.
Okay, great, but good for this year in 2026, correct?
No, 2025, I don't believe so for 2026, but I'll just ask Caitlin to double check that.
Hi, Council Salvador. We're okay for 25 and for 26. However, the report that's coming forward for Fall SOBA will outline some strategies in order to right-size it into 27 to 30 budget.
Okay, great. Thank you. I want to ask a question around structural budget variances related to vandalism, graffiti, and social issues, and maybe more on the transit side. I'm just thinking about how we have been adding more transit peace officers. Ridership has continued to grow. Are we noticing a reduction in some of those social issues and related costs? Are we starting to see that curve?
I think it's too soon to say if there's a noticeable difference now. Like ridership numbers are going up, transit revenue is going up. All of those are great things. We have the process in place to hire and recruit the first of 2 batches of new peace officers. I believe it'll be in December, the first batch will coming online. The second batch will be hired and trained starting in January. But there hasn't been a noticeable change in decrease in vandalism or costs associated with that as of yet.
Okay, so sort of just a little too soon to tell. But as those, additional investments and folks are coming online, that is the intention. Is we would expect to see that.
We would certainly hope that would be a outcome of all of those other measures. But as of right now, the social issues and the vandalism associated with that are outpacing our ability to outpacing budget.
Okay, well, I appreciate you sharing that and appreciate the context. Maybe one final question, just on jumping back to capital on exhibition lands. Just reading through the profile here. I guess is it reasonable to expect to start to see some site work happening in the next few months here? Looking at, I think it says in here 2025, some of that groundwork would start.
Councillor Salvador, there will be a lot of activity on the site over the next few months. We anticipate that the deep utility work will begin this fall. There will be some of the relocation work for the urban farm, and some of the demolition work will commence as well.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Very in-depth report. I want to start with the capital. So for this year, at the midpoint, we spent about half a billion, and with projected expenditure for the rest of the year, around 2 billion. I'm wondering, is that realistic? And are we on track to build, recognizing another month or so construction season will be done?
Yeah, I can jump in to start. So remembering that this is for Q2 through June, usually our last 2 quarters of the year is when you're going to see more of the acceleration of the dollars flow in, just timing of the construction season and a little bit of lag and when we see it posted budget-wise. So yes, we're currently on track, and this will be one of the highest, if not the highest budget annually that we will spend in it, and it comes down to the timing of some of our major projects, as the report noted, just our timing of our LRT, Yellowhead Trail, so some significant expenditures and work going on. So currently, we're comfortable that we're trending on track.
And I do note that it's comparable to past 4-year budget cycles in terms of where we are at in terms of expenditure. I have expressed concerns in the past around every 4-year budget cycle, we expend 70% of the capital budget, and it feels like we're still on track to do that. I mean, what are we doing differently to make sure that we're building what we're budgeting for?
Yeah, I'd say over time, Councillor, you're right. There's always a little bit of a gap there, and as our projects progress, we're looking at what we need to budget for and what our actual expenditures are, so our cash flow versus budget. And I would say it's a continual evolution where we're tightening that up as we go. Okay. So we're trending better, and we'll have to see as we get closer how tight we get that to be.
When we get closer to the end of 2026, you mean? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
A quick one on neighborhood renewal. I'm wondering how come, because I'm noting one in my ward that is over budget. Because of some of the construction tender pricing and additional material needed. Wondering if you can speak to why some come in on budget while others go over, because I imagine they all have similar issues like that, no?
Yeah, Nicole can give updates on that. Yeah.
Hi, Councillor Tang, Nicole Wolf, Building Great Neighborhoods. So we have a fairly robust estimation process for our projects, but depending upon timing in the year, and honestly, when it comes down to the months with the industry, sometimes our estimates come in high and sometimes they come in low with the tender prices that come in. Specifically as well, what we're finding in the 3 neighborhoods that are currently showing yellow is we had planned to do one type of road reconstruction, but the composition of the substructure of the roads was not good enough to be able to recycle it and reuse it. So we're actually having to do full renewals on a couple of those, which is where our contracts are pay per quantity. So it is how much we use at the end of the day.
Okay. Felicia, a question for you. Thank you for the economic outlook. I I was wondering if you can comment around, because there are some impressive numbers in there around rent and supply. I'm wondering, how do we compare to other cities?
I'll need to follow up with you on
Okay.
that. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can definitely get back to you with that information.
Yeah, because we've been creating a lot of supplies in the last many years, and it seems like it's working to stabilize and even decrease on the rent, which I think is a very positive news. And then finally, just on the operating side, I hear you that administration will strive to come in on budget, and this is outside of the fiscal gap work. What are some of the strategies you'll be taking for the remainder of the year to ensure that?
So this is where we've spoken with collective leaders across the organization about really trying to limit the discretionary spending that they have. If there is work that can be done a little bit later that helps us close the budget gap, those are the things that we're working on throughout the organization. It's not ideal, though, because it means that work that was intended to be done will often be done either later or push the timelines into a different year to start.
And I assume you're also looking at some prioritization, maybe some work doesn't need to be done?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tang. I see that Alberta Municipality's President, Tyler Gannon, is here in the council chamber. I hope you're here for something pleasant, not just to sit through the budgetary discussion that we're having. Oh, wow. Well, I'll buy you lunch, absolutely, as long as you pay for it. Yeah. Okay.
That's why he comes.
All right. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you so much. I just want to follow up on the housing aspect and housing starts. I understand that Edmonton is 2% of national population, but our housing starts were about 5 or 6% of the national housing starts, right?
Yeah, but there are things that we would adjust in terms of that comparison, and we're looking at this in terms of relative change.
Yeah.
So looking at housing starts being a reflection of an increase in demand.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about population shares, we're looking at a stock, but we should be more so focused on flow, and that we've had consecutive years where we reached population growth rates that were highest it had been since 2002.
Mm-hmm.
So we see this as the construction sector responding to the increase in housing demand.
Got it. Okay, that's good. On the FSR, we put together a plan to replenish FSR by instituting 0.5% tax levy for 2025, that goes to 0.6 for 2026, and then 2027. Are we on track based on, if those carry on? Are we on track on what the projections were when we implemented that?
Yeah, so I'd say we're on track. So yeah, it was 0.5% in 2025, 0.6% in 2026. So around 25 million-ish a year would go into the FSR to replenish it by 2029.
Yeah.
You're on track if we make sure that we come in on budget for each of those years between 25 and 2029. If you incur deficits in any of those years, it makes the situation worse, so it could impact the repayment plan. So we're monitoring it carefully.
Got it. Maybe the FSR deficit of $7 million or so is that kind of, like, if we stay on that tax levy where we started, are you identifying any risks that, or is it just, if we carry on, then we'll be able to replenish as we projected to replenish that?
So maybe I'll say it this way. If that replenishment by the year that you desired in the plan is entirely dependent on us operating at a balanced position or surplus. So if it's a $7.6 million deficit this year, then that means you won't get the FSR back up until the following year.
Got it. So it might get extended. That would impact the start of the renewal fund then, right?
Correct, and is one of the reasons why it's really important for us to address those structural budget issues, or we're not actually the timelines will go out farther and we won't achieve the plan and we won't have the money for renewal.
Got it, okay. And my last question is about a potential opportunity that we might want to explore and have a subsequent on it, working with Enoch and working with Government of Alberta, cost sharing, the expansion of the White Mud 215 Street. I met with Minister Dreeshen and they're open to that, right? So otherwise we would have to do on our own, right? If that highway, that road is within the city boundaries.
Yes, it is the White Mud and 215th Street.
Okay,
And improvements are needed to support the the development at Enoch.
right, okay. Because I have that, I think there's an opportunity for us to explore partnership that will reduce our share of the cost of that roadway.
Excellent. I understand that there's an interest to work collaboratively with both Enoch and the Government of Alberta.
Okay, I'll make that subsequent after we have dealt with this. And I will move the second round.
Second.
I have the chair. I did, didn't I? Oh, I'm sorry, please vote.
The vote's good. You're so efficient.
It just happens, falls into place.
just- yeah, we're just
And we
waiting.
have all the votes?
We do, actually.
Well, can we display those votes, please? Thank you. And that is carried.
Okay,
And I will return the chair back now.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So you're so generous. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And then I do have two follow-up questions here. So because right now we have the two different number here. One is the structural budget balances, and that is we try to address. Another one is tax-supported deficit. That is two different things. So I heard clear, yeah, we will try to balance at the end. But from like service perspective, I do want to get the first question to be addressed is about the fair revenue, $13 million. That is one. Another one is about the paving operations. So the $4 million. So if we would like to get the services come out, and then can I have some more information how we address about the paving operation and a shortfall for $4 million, because there are so many mature neighborhoods and they need their roads maintained. And I know some neighborhood get and some still did not. And then I would like to have heard some information on these two pieces. And one is paving operations.
Okay, I'm going to start with the transit question. So
Okay.
you'll recall in budget that we had set aside some funding, or we had supplemented the budget with funding to help us get transit revenue back over time. So it was a short-term solution. We continue to monitor transit fare revenue, and it's trending in a positive direction. But I'm going to toss it to Mr. McEwen to answer the further questions, and would just say there is an attachment 3, and if you'd like to discuss the details of attachment 3, we'll have to go in private.
Okay.
That's all I was going to mention as well, is just referring back to the in private.
So at this point, I'm not requested to go to private, and because I would like public to heard this, how we address this fair revenue shortfall at this moment. And because these questions come over and over.
So I think I answered the question on fair revenue, but I'll just look to Ms. Houghton-McDonald or Ms. Feldman if they have anything to add.
Yeah, I'll just maybe jump in. I'm acting for Carrie today. We are doing really well on fair revenue this year. I recall, as Stacey mentioned, the amount that was funded this year, and we're trending positive compared to that. So we're doing better than projected, and this is all due to things like investments in transit service, growth in the ridership due to some of the investments that council has made, the adoption of the ARC system and having the system be more convenient. So we just need to keep that course, and I think we'll continue to see positive progress on this budget variance.
Do you think the ARC system right now is working well and then should really address this revenue shortfall?
I mentioned the ARC system as a convenient way to pay, and I think we've seen a lot, all of our riders have now adopted ARC, and it isn't in itself addressing the shortfall. It's just a new way to pay for transit. But I think it provides that convenience, which is one of the many factors that contributes to growing ridership.
Yeah, so in terms of ARC system, I do have other question, but I'm holding my question for that. So I want to move to the payment operations for the $4 million and how we can address that shortfall from there.
Councillor Rice, that's in attachment 3.
And I know I read it, and in attachment 3, but still, and then right now some neighborhoods.
If this is in camera question.
Okay. This is not. This is public information. It's $4 million.
Attachment 3.
So the variance is public. How we will address is in private.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, I hold my question back, and then. So that means public will not know, and if the neighborhood will be get paved or not. Okay, that's my question.
Okay, so that concludes the questions on 7.1 and 7.2. We have motions on the floor. Anyone to speak to those motions? Councillor Cartwell, go ahead, please.
Very quickly, a lot of really good information here. This sets the tone and sort of sets the baseline for all the conversations going forward between now and the end of the year. But I do want to say on day one of what's going on the West End, and I want to note, first of all, that this does affect directly the ward I represent. I recall talking about this back in 2018 when we first talked about the West LRT project. Will all the roads be closed at once? Will we delay Jasper Avenue activation? Will we make sure that no other construction is happening in the space? And since then, and even into the earlier part of this year, assurances that we will make sure that the network is going to be as active as possible. And then to hear today, and I fully appreciate we got to give it a few minutes or a few days for patterns to correct and reset. But we have the traffic model for the whole metro region. We developed that model when we did the IRTMP at the regional level and we talked about the growth plan at the regional level. We have the data. We can go into that model and turn roads off and turn bridges off and see what happens. So this clearly should have been anticipated. I don't know what rebalancing is available when we've lost fully 4 lanes of bridge capacity. I don't know what how much we need to see how things are going to settle when we have turned off 102nd Avenue and Jasper Avenue going into the core. And that we haven't really anticipated any sort of, and I'm going to call them somewhat radical strategies to compensate for those things is really disappointing. There's always another way to do things. There's always another solution. There's always another mitigation. And it might be a little more labor intensive, might mean setting cones up one way in the morning and another way in the evening and doing that every day for 6 months. But if that's what it takes to maintain productivity, then that's the things we should be looking at. It's 2 councils now that we've been talking about this, that I've been talking about this, and we still don't really have a solution for how people are going to move around in this city until we get some bridge capacity back. And that is really disappointing to the people that got in their car this morning and expected us to take care of them. So we need to find a way. We need to find a way pretty quick.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, just thank you very much for these reports. And I find them one of the most regularly interesting reading that we get as council. But I guess my ask would be if we can think about how we communicate this going forward with stakeholders, with community leagues, with everyone else about some of the true cost drivers and the true cost pressures. Like I have sent the fiscal gap report as bedtime reading out to hundreds of constituents when I'm asked about, why something is being cut or why something is not being built or why something is not being done. Yet there still seems to be, I don't want to call it misinformation because that sounds sinister, but like there seems to be still widespread confusion sometimes about the cost pressures and the drivers of the economics of our city and how we're built and how we provide services and how we provide and maintain and take care of our roads and our assets. So I guess my hope would be that the city does some excellent communications. We have some great information. Whether this is tied to how we send out information with our tax increases, and whether it's tied to sending out information with service changes, I think this is important. So I just want to leave that there. But thank you very much for the work, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright, can you take
Ready
the chair?
to take the chair.
No, thank you for the information, and there's a couple of things I want to highlight. One of them is our investments in public transit are starting to pay off. We are seeing, I think we invested close to 200,000 additional bus service hours over the last 3 years, and we are seeing increased ridership. We are seeing increased revenue recovery on the fares, and we are seeing the increased coverage area as well. Yes, I know there's challenges. Not every community benefits from those, and we need to acknowledge those challenges. We need to figure out a way how we're going to tackle those challenges, but it is one of the areas that was severely underfunded, particularly the bus service was underfunded, and also the implementation or changing the on-demand service from temporary funded service to a permanently funded services, and making a difference. I want to acknowledge that those investments are paying off. And also nice to know that our strategy of replenishing the FSR is on track. We know there's always unforeseen challenges. And also want to thank administration for their commitment to find another $7.5 million over the balance of the year to make sure that we are, our deficit is at zero, so we won't have to, draw that money out of the FSR. So I think those are good news, and also want to acknowledge that our planning department, the way they have been working with industry on housing and facilitating and enabling growth in our city, and our housing starts remain the highest in Canada to accommodate the population growth that we have experienced. And that's acknowledged that provinces like British Columbia, provinces like Ontario, they're falling behind on their housing supply and housing starts, where Alberta, particularly Edmonton, has been carrying the weight of increasing more supply. I think those are good things to be acknowledged on part of the work that our administration, along with City Council, has been doing. So thank you so much for that. And I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Rice.
I will try my best. Less than 5 minutes to 12 o'clock. So I want to take this opportunity to thank administration first, and with all those reports and good information and provided. So also, and I want to say, from deficit city financial perspective, from 2023, $41 million and to right now and $70.6 million. So that is a progress. It's a good progress, but of course, ideal situation, we do not have any deficit. And so in terms of the structural budget variances, I think that number is still a little bit high. Specifically, I ask they follow my question for this $13 million shortfall and from ETS like fare revenue. Why I'm asking a question, and because the feedback, the comments we received from Edmontonians in terms of our system, how it works effectively or efficiently, it's still lots of gap and lots of room to improve and to ensure our fair revenue and will not be continuing to shortfall to increase that number and from 13th Avenue to the different numbers even higher. So we would like to see that number to be smaller. In terms of paving maintenance project, and then that is our city's core services, that is actually impacts daily life of our Edmontonians because they need the roads, go to their work and go to school, and that paving maintenance and in the mature neighborhoods is extremely important. We still have so many mature neighborhoods right now leave behind and not get timely maintenance, and from that perspective. So it's a little bit disappointing and how we address those cannot be in the public information and to provide that certainty and for Edmontonians to know, yes, this is our city taking action to address those budget variances, and then they can see what we're moving towards. So that is why I ask the question. But overall, I want to thank the work has been done, and also I'm looking forward and from future how we address our city's financial situation and property, and we can explore different way, and we can explore certain ways and in more alignment and with our Edmontonians expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, not much to say except thank you to our team. Remarkable job. This is not easy stuff, and we've gone through some really, really tough years. No one can dispute that, and without your concerted efforts and the organizational effort, we wouldn't be in the shape we're in, which obviously isn't as great as we want it to be, but we're going to get there, and we've got a path to get there. So kudos to you for helping us keep this ship together. SHIP. Right. But interpret it how you will. You know, it's really remarkable having dug into all of this. Without the pressures that we've had over the past many years, I don't think we would have the same clarity and same approach to budgeting that we do now. So there's a silver lining in everything, and the silver lining here is that what we can suss out from this report is that the future of Edmonton is brighter than it's ever been, that despite the challenges that have been faced by municipalities across the country, we are doing exceptionally well for the people of Edmonton. Is there more work to do? Of course, there always will be. Do we have to dig out of some things that are uncomfortable? Yes, and we are doing that, and we'll continue to do that. So thank you once again, not just to the folks who always get thanked, but to the front line, to the people in the middle, to the folks who are spending every single day making sure that this city functions well on the capital side of things. And I know you're doing your best, and I know that we put a lot of pressure on you. Just know that we appreciate you. And while there's frustration in the public for construction, it's always going to be the case, and it's justifiable. This is part of the growing pains of a growing city and of catching up to things that were kicked down the road way too long. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried there. I have a subsequent which I'll make after lunch, and Councillor Jans has a subsequent. Yes. And also during lunch, if council members could think about motion spending. Yes, Aileen?
I'll move in private.
Just hold on.
So just to confirm, thank you for reiterating. If councillors can follow that and just put in the chat, and then just, you do have a in-camera item at 1:30, Mayor Sohi, so if you could go in camera, that just helps us clear the room.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Can someone move that we go in camera, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Carmel.
That was me, thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you.
We are live.
We are back in public. Can someone move that we receive 9.1? Councillor Hamilton, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll move that the September 16th, 2025 Office of City Manager Verbal Report be received for information, and that the September 16th, 2025 Office of City Manager Verbal Report remain private pursuant to Sections 26 and 29 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, our next item will be, and there's a change of delegation probably or not. I'll see. It will be, which one is it? Oh, the subsequents actually. We have subsequents to deal with on related to 7.1 and 7.2.
You had items 7.5 and 7.6 as time specific.
Oh, times, oh, yes, oh, yes. I can see. Okay. Seven five is the second item, right? 7.5 is the second item. It is the downtown investment. This is my verbal update related to the motion that council passed at, was it last council meeting
Last
or one
council
before
meeting,
that,
yes.
right? On the second phase of the downtown investment after we gave approval to the master agreement related to our agreement with OEG and the government of Alberta. Just give me 1 second. So at the request of council, I reached out to Premier's office to talk about the next phase or the second phase of downtown investment in relations to equitable treatment for investment in Calgary's arena deal. Our meeting, I started our meeting by thanking the Premier and highlighting some of the collaborative work that we have been able to do over the last 3 years, starting with increasing the shelter capacity from 700 shelters to 1,700 emergency shelters, and their extension of the hours from limited hours to opening 24 hours and 7 days a week, and also health-related additions to those shelters. And we also discussed our work together on GPOT, and I personally thanked Premier because she really took that on through her office to advocate on city's behalf, because she understood how that disproportionately impacted Edmonton compared to other cities. And she became our champion, and now the funding is restored. Yes, it's restored over 2 years. And next year we'll be fully back to 100% of the reimbursement in lieu of property taxes for provincial buildings. We also talked about our collaborative approach to the extension of the CRL and how that will enable number of projects, including the expansion of the Winspear Center and the development of the renewal program for downtown infrastructure renewal, and redesigning of LRT stations, and the infill fund that will be possibly created if everything goes well, and also the demolition of the Coliseum and unlocking of housing on both exhibition lands as well as on the north of the Rogers Place. And we also discussed how that collaboration can carry on for the next phase of the downtown investment. And Premier and her Chief of Staff, Rob Anderson, who I worked closely with during the first phase of the downtown investment. I reiterated that collaboration from my perspective would open doors for further collaboration, and they understood that. That's their understanding as well. So they want to work with us on the next phase. I identified in that the possible upgrades and renovation needs of the our convention center, as well as highlighted why we need to upgrade the Commonwealth Stadium, and how lack of upgrades to that probably impacted our ability to attract FIFA, and why we need to upgrade their facility to continue to hold sports events where we have the expertise. Then the items that I identified in camera. So I left that meeting with a very strong impression from the Premier and Rob that they want to continue to work with us on the next phase of investments into downtown. So that's the update I have on that. If there are any questions on it, I will see if I can answer those questions. Yeah. Oh, I think she also mentioned, Premier, in that meeting, that sometimes there's a perception that City of Edmonton and province doesn't work together well, and media asked her a question on that day. And here's her quote from that media, that at an unrelated news conference on Thursday, Premier Danielle Smith said she considers her relationship with current Mayor Amarjeet Sohi to be very positive. Here's her quote: "I feel like we have actually been able to work together very well." And she cited collaborations like City's Navigation and Sports Center, overnight shelter spaces, developing Edmonton's downtown exhibition lands, right? So I think, and she brought that up, that she enjoyed working with us on those things. So that's my update on that motion. If there are any questions, if not, then we can carry on to our next item. Yep.
I'll move receipt for information.
Okay.
Second.
And very briefly, we'll just say thank you to the mayor for bringing those priorities forward. I think that's a really exciting foundation for some much needed and very exciting investment opportunities in our city.
Okay, cool. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
It is carried. Okay, the next one is 7.6, Canada Public Transit Fund update, third item of 130.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. With me to my left is Sarah Feldman, who is our Director of Transit Planning, Ridership, and Revenue with ETS. Carrie Hott-McDonald, she is here, just online. She's currently in Ottawa right now with federal meetings with CUTA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association. So she's meeting with government officials and representatives about this very topic right now, so this presentation is quite timely. So we're here today to talk about Edmonton's participation in the Canadian Public Transit Fund. I'll say CPTF for short moving forward. So this presentation is really just an overview of the CPTF, like the fund itself, and to give an update on the status of Edmonton's participation in this fund. So the CPTF, it's like a long-term funding program created by the Government of Canada And so it was informed by quite a bit of consultation across Canada about the design of the program. So really what it is it's intended to provide that long-term, stable, predictable funding for public transit to meet the needs of communities of all sizes. So not just large cities like ours, but small and mid-sized communities as well. It provides that reliable capital funding to build new transit infrastructure and provides stable funding to maintain existing transit systems to meet that those life cycle costs. So really this is an incredibly positive news for Edmonton and really for transit agencies all across the country. It provides that long-term predictable funding needed to maintain and grow public transit. So as we all aware, there's been rapid population growth in Alberta, including in Edmonton, as well as growth in housing starts, and more people are using transit. Great news, our ridership continues to grow, which is putting pressure on our service levels. Right now, we're at 7% higher ridership year to date than we were this time last year in 2024. So like I said, that's great news. At the same time, it creates those transit-related pressures that require more funding. There's transit renewal gaps as well as growth needs, and so that's why we're happy to be collaborating with both our regional partners and Government of Alberta as we steer our applications forward. So similar to previous federal funding programs, we've got the right people connected with the various administrations collaborating and meeting quite regularly. I myself, we meet now at the regional transit CAO roundtable, and like I mentioned, Carrie's in Ottawa right now speaking on this topic. We've made some significant progress on applications for this funding, and we just really wanted to provide an update to Council, as we know there's a lot of Council and public interest on this fund. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah that's going to talk a little bit more detail in the program itself.
Great, thanks Craig. The CPTF will provide $3 billion annually in public transit funding across Canada over the course of 10 years, starting in April 2026. The federal funding cycle is April 1 to March 31st each fiscal year, and these funds will be distributed annually across 3 streams. So the first stream is the baseline funding stream. This stream provides $500 million annually nationally. The focus of the stream is routine renewal and growth of core transit infrastructure. This stream is a direct allocation to municipalities based on a formula of ridership and population, so it's similar to previous funding programs like PTIF. Edmonton's allocation is $16.42 million annually, and the report today indicates how we'd like to proceed with the first year of this fund. Next, regarding the Metro Region Agreement stream. This stream supports long-term development of transit infrastructure in large urban areas, so this is the opportunity for us to focus on growth. The stream is intended to support metro regions across the country with large projects that contribute to the outcomes such as driving more housing development near transit. This is a competitive intake process, and we don't have clarity yet on how the federal government will prioritize the distribution of the $2 billion across Canada each year. We are collaborating with our regional partners and with the Government of Alberta on this stream. The Government of Alberta is the lead applicant on behalf of the Edmonton and Calgary metro regions. And then lastly, the targeted funding stream. This is a smaller stream of funding focused on very specific projects, like projects that can support rural transit, meet Indigenous communities' transportation needs, etc. This fund will be implemented as direct call-outs for specific scopes. Next slide. So as mentioned, we are collaborating with our regional partners on the application for the Metro Region Agreement stream. This work is coordinated by our Regional Transit Collaboration Table and has oversight from the Chief Administrative Officers, or CAOs, of the participating municipalities in the Edmonton Metro region. Building on our long history of transit-related collaboration in the region, a memorandum of understanding was signed by the region in 2023 to formally agree to further collaborate together on public transit. This formalized the commitment to look for additional ways to support transit riders in the region, including looking at service, technology, procurement, and other opportunities. The Regional Transit CAO Roundtable, which Craig sits on, supported by the Regional Transit Technical Roundtable, are working together to advance the Metro Region Stream application alongside with the Government of Alberta. So just speaking more about our regional governance model, we have a strong governance model in place to guide this regional collaboration. We work closely with our regional partners already around a variety of topics, including faring, service planning, ARC operations, and technology. So the structure here shows how we've organized all of our collaboration, and this really builds off of what we've done in the past and that we've really established this as a successful foundation. We've tested the structure you see here, and all the regional municipalities are happy with this approach moving forward. So back to the CPTF fund. We've been making excellent progress on our applications under each stream. So on the baseline stream, we've submitted our application and we were notified of our allocation. We're currently awaiting our approval in principle letter from Housing, Infrastructure and Communities Canada to formalize our approval for the baseline stream. We expect to receive that very soon, and that will mean we can proceed with plans to access the first year of the fund starting in April of 2026. So in the next slides, we will go over the approach for projects we will bring forward as part of the fall supplementary capital budget adjustment process for Council's consideration. Regarding the Metro Region Agreement stream, we've been working with the Government of Alberta on this application. The Government of Alberta submitted our application, and we are currently awaiting feedback and then formal approval from the federal government. Once we receive approval, we will move forward with completing the development of an integrated regional plan. The integrated regional plan will outline a prioritized set of transit and active transportation projects across the region that advance the government's priorities. We've also applied to the federal government for planning funding to support the development of this plan. For the baseline stream, we are, as I mentioned, planning to advance projects for the first year of funding, which starts to flow in 2026. The initial projects will be brought forward as part of the fall 2025 SCBA. In developing the plan to allocate baseline funding for this first year, we considered several factors. So first of all, we focused on projects that support transit core infrastructure, including renewal of transit assets and enhancements that meet requirements for planned network growth to align with the objectives of this funding stream. We also needed to make sure we're meeting the program requirements. For example, larger systems can only purchase buses that are zero emission buses. Another factor was putting forward projects that can be completed within a short timeline to ensure the full baseline allocation can be spent by March 31st, 2027. So we needed to focus on shovel-ready projects. And lastly, we're aiming to leverage city funds that are already allocated in the four-year budget to provide the city's contributions. So this is to reduce requests for new funding from council, particularly as we enter the last year of this four-year budget. So that leads to the list of baseline projects. Those criteria is how we develop this list. In order to have projects that can be completed in the 2026 to 2027 fiscal year for the program, we've prioritized the following items for you. Some of the items on this list will be familiar to you as we've discussed them previously in council reports. So the first three projects on the top here are for implementation, so they have a 40% federal cost share. One is adding automated passenger counters to our SD160 fleet of light rail vehicles, which will provide rider counts on our high-floor LRT service. The next project involves relocating the ETS Control Center. We have no room to grow the current ETS Control Center, and in order to accommodate further network growth, including the growth that's underway for Valley Line West, Capital Line South Extension, and bus network growth, we need to relocate the control center. We have an existing facility that was earmarked several years ago to accommodate this facility, accommodate the control center, but the funding will help to finish and fit out the space. And then next, we will accelerate the planned replacement of our aging bike racks on our bus fleet and replace them with a more modern design. The next two projects are smaller in terms of dollar value, and they support design work, which means they are eligible for 80% cost share from the federal government. The first is design funding to modernize our core legacy applications, which is what we use really behind the scenes to support transit service delivery. This includes our dispatch system and our system that manages operator shifts. The next project is the Windermere North Transit Center. For the past 7 or 8 years, we've been waiting for a funding opportunity to advance work on this project that will help us better plan for service in the rapidly growing southwest part of the city. It's a key area for connecting students to schools, supporting transit riders to get to employment, and will support a growing number of riders in this area. And then the remainder of the baseline funding for the first year will be allocated towards planned 2026 transit-related renewal capital profiles, as well as part of the current 4-year capital budget. And these include things like renewal of LRV and bus equipment, transit facilities and right-of-way, communications equipment, and the transit priority measures delivery. So, as you can probably tell, we're really excited about this fund. We're eager to move forward with next steps. The first next step for council is that you will see projects in the fall SCBA to allow us to access the first year of baseline funds. For the Metro Region Agreement stream, we are continuing to collaborate with our regional partners and with the Government of Alberta, and we look forward to receiving feedback from the federal government on our application. We want our fair share as a region, and we don't want to miss out on the opportunity to leverage this funding stream. It's a competitive application process, so we want to make sure we don't miss out. We have a long history of working with our government partners and partners in the region on capital projects for public transit, including navigating federal funding programs together. We work closely, for example, with the Government of Alberta and our regional partners during the PTIF process, and that's what we're doing now as well. The CPTF is really a game changer, providing that predictable, long-term funding for transit capital projects that transit agencies have been seeking for many years. The investments that Council has made in transit are working. We've seen continued ridership growth year over year due to these decisions. The investment through the CPTF will help us maintain that trajectory and continue to build a transit system that attracts and retains transit riders by offering safe, frequent, and reliable service. That brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Tang, you exempted this. You have questions? Go ahead, please.
Sure, yeah. First, I'll move that the September 16th, 2025 City Operations Report CO03139 be received for information, and that attachment 2 of this report remain private pursuant to sections 21 and 23 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I selected this mostly because I think it's a pretty critical milestone in this fund. We've been talking about it a lot, so it's just good to get the report and talk about it in public. Just in terms of our ridership data, I remember we were the first major city in Canada to come back to pre-pandemic level. I think that was a couple years ago. I'm wondering where we are at now compared to nationwide. For example, are we still leading in terms of year-to-year ridership increase and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Carrie might want to jump in. I'm not sure compared to others. We know some agencies haven't yet gotten back to their pre-pandemic ridership levels, and some have exceeded. There's been a lot of growth, for example, in the GTA. Many of those systems have exceeded their pre-pandemic ridership. We're certainly above where we were. Yeah, I don't know, Carrie, if there's anything you'd want to add there.
Yeah, we're definitely in the top grouping across the country. And we're about 23% or so higher than pre-pandemic levels. And as Sarah mentioned, we know some haven't quite gotten that far, but I'd say we're among the top performers for sure.
Yeah, because I was wondering if the baseline funding, if that is tied to performance, for example, and if we are top performing, do we get more?
Yeah, would be lovely. They have a formula based on population size and ridership, not so much about growth or where we are compared to where we were, but really where we are today. What's our ridership and population?
Yeah, fair enough. And then for the, so that April 2026 deployment, is that confirmed, or do you know when we'll be firming up on that?
We know the program starts. That's when funding flows across the country.
Yeah.
And that's when any agency could expect the earliest to receive funding.
Okay.
We need our approval, our formal agreement, in order for that to start. But as I said, we're expecting to see that very soon. So we need to get the pieces in place so that can start.
Including the SCBA package, and this is one-to-one matching?
It depends on the type of project. So it's 60% Edmund City, 40% federal government for the construction delivery projects, and then 80% federal government, 20% city for planning and design.
And then I was wondering just in terms of the baseline projects, what about the garage that we just rezoned yesterday? Is that one of those 6?
Yeah, the garage, you may recall this, council approved funding for the garage as part of the 4-year budget, and we do have a grant agreement already in place for that. So it's not through the CPTF, but through another funding program. That's a match, 50-50.
Okay. Sorry, that's also a federal grant?
Also a federal grant.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I guess I was a little bit surprised to see adding automated passenger counters, because I thought we already had that.
So we have automated passenger counters on all of the Valley Line, and we have them on about 60% of our bus fleet, which is enough for us to give ridership information. It's a really big sample size. We've never had them on the high floor LRT, and so we have a methodology for estimating that ridership. This will give us more accurate data.
Okay, well, that's good. I didn't realize that. And then just for the Metro Region 1, so I just want to verify, we've had that table now for a while, since 2023.
I think it actually goes further back than that. We were informally doing it for many, many years, and then we started formalizing it. Probably conversations date back to, I'd say 2021, 2022 early days, and it just picked up steam after council's decision around the commission model.
Right. And then I know we've had a few like shared transit center, the regional buses have been using it, the share ARC. And what we're applying for here just strengthens.
Yeah, so the project,
services, right? Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I was just going to say the projects that have been identified by the region, including Edmonton, look at lots of different components across the entire region, and then there's a prioritization process. So the integrated regional plan is going to bring everything together in one cohesive regional plan for transit, and then it'll proceed. But first step is we need to get our expression of interest approved, and then we can formally be working on the integrated regional plan. And Sarah, sorry I cut you off.
No, that's okay. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So you're anticipating approval in the next few weeks, is that what I understand?
Yeah, there's been just back and forth firming up some details, so we think any weekday now, we will get that approval.
Fingers crossed. Okay, great. And like through the lens of Bill 18, like any perceived or anticipated issues, or we've had those conversations, it's all good to go?
Yeah, no perceived issues at this time. We know that there's steps involved with depending on the stream of the fund, but this is where we're working really closely with Government of Alberta on all both streams of the fund.
Okay. And is there an opportunity through this grant to then leverage some dollars from the province for some of these projects?
For the Metro Region Agreement stream, the province is required to contribute to cost share along with federal government and the city.
For the
baseline stream does not require a provincial contribution.
Okay. All right. Not required, but
They certainly could. But we know that they are looking at the Metro Region stream and thinking about what that may mean and how they would support that plan.
okay. And for the bike racks, you know, what we're hearing more and more of from folks is they would love to have a bike lockup. So is that sort of what we're looking at when you say improved bike racks, or just improved bike racks?
Yeah, to clarify, these are the racks that are mounted on the buses. We were, I think, actually one of the early adopters of those across the country, and now they're fairly old, and they don't accommodate e-bikes or kids' bikes, fat tire bikes, so just to have a more inclusive ability to access those, they need to be replaced. So we were planning to replace them. This allows us to just do it more quickly.
Oh, okay.
But we are also still looking at bike lockups, like we have trialed one at Century Park, and it's starting to pick up some popularity, so we're looking at those, but that's separate from this.
Yeah, and I don't want to yuck anyone's yum, but there is a way to improve those ones as well, right? The bike lockups, there's other standards maybe globally that work a bit better for folks, or no?
Yeah, well, I think we were trying the approach at Century Park where we actually have a room, right, with card access, and that seems to be a best practice. So trialing that to see if it worked and if it was utilized, and then we can look at expanding to other facilities.
Okay, great. And then does this impact in any way service hours?
No, well, service hours require operating investment, of course, but we need to also purchase buses to add hours, and we have some facility constraints, as you know, so we have a small opportunity. It will come forward as part of the fall SOBA and SCBA related to 25 growth buses, that has a motion behind it, but that's separate from the fund.
Right, okay. No, this is excellent. Thank you so much. This is really, really great work. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the update. It's quite exciting. Maybe just to follow up on that line of questioning around opportunities for procuring more buses and adding to our fleet. 2027, right, is when the bus garage will be complete. Is that right? Or is that's what we're targeting?
Yeah, targeting, but the timeline probably not quite that soon. I don't know if Carrie or Ms. Ladis.
Yeah, I was just going to signal, I think there's a motion that we're responding to about BRT and mass transit. That report will come forward in Q1 and we'll bring a more fulsome update on the garage. But the construction process is multi-year. So once we get the signal from council to keep going on that file, then we enter the construction period. And Pascal and team will be able to explain what that timeline looks like.
Yeah, so as Carrie mentioned, we will be bringing forward that update. But at this point in time, we're more likely to open the garage in the 2030, 2031 kind of timeframe.
Gotcha.
That's a realistic update at this point in time, but we'll have a more fulsome one in the spring.
Okay, fantastic. And just again, for my understanding, that is sort of one of the challenges and space constraints we have that is limiting us from adding more vehicles to our fleet currently, right?
Yeah.
So that would be the opportunity at that point to expand.
Yeah, we have a small opportunity. We can fit in maybe about 25 more buses, and that's where that motion that comes. And after that, we're really at capacity. We have to wait for the garage.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. You have more questions, Councillor? Okay. Can Councillor Salvador, can you move the second round?
I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Just a quick question. I'm wondering how those six projects were selected, given kind of the focus on renewal. A number of these are fairly significant growth projects.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have, our list of potential, all the things we'd like to do, and then as I went through on one of the slides, some of the criteria. For example, a lot of the renewal work we're doing as part of the 4-year budget's already planned out, and we wouldn't be able to necessarily do more renewal work with a decision point on SCBA in December and completing it by April of 2027. There's not enough time to just procure the parts, plan the work, and get additional work done. So you just need a bit more longer lead time to do, for example, some of that LRT renewal work on the track or on the trains. And then also not being able to buy buses, for example, that was another constraint. So we looked at our big list of all the projects, and then we said, what can we actually deliver in a year that's ready to go, that meets the criteria?
Right, because the parameters are pretty strict.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as we move out into future years, we have more of that latitude, right? Because we'll be able to plan ahead, and we'll be able to line it up with the 4-year budget process as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Thank you so much for the presentation. Really, really appreciate. We have motion on the floor. Carrie, keep plugging at Kira on this. She's there in Ottawa. Cool. Securing that fund. Okay. All right. To speak. Anyone to speak to this motion on the floor? Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
No, I'll be very, very quick. I think this is such a promising opportunity for big municipality. I would say smaller municipalities as well, because the fund has a component of supporting mid-size communities. But from Edmonton's perspective, ability for us to access this funding if we can replace our transit fleet. Like we have buses that are getting old, right? So, and other systems that needs upgrade, and also growth challenges too. And this also, I would say, speaks to the most cost-effective way of providing a regional service with our partners that would not require as significant investment of property taxes into providing that service. So wish you all the best. Hopefully there'll be a good outcome on the base funding, and that my understand like that's $100 million, $500 million every year ongoing. And whatever that our share is going to be, if it's going to be say $19 million, just you pick a number, it's 20 million or 25. That's going to be ongoing funding stream, not just 1 year funding stream. I think that opens up opportunities for us to leverage that for those needs. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Good. I'll take the chair back.
Return the
Councillor
chair.
Tang, I'll go to you to close.
Oh, sure. We are a city that has a goal of growing towards 2 million people, and creating different modes of transportation is a really critical part of that. Coming out of the pandemic, we have a pretty ambitious plan for our public transportation system, restoring some of those services, modernizing, the equipment and assets we have. And I think this fund is going to get us there, steadily. It's going to be a pretty critical part of that plan. So just thank all the people involved. This is multi-layer, but I'm really pleased with the update. I know we've been talking about it for the last 4 years, so it's kind of good to finally have some numbers on it, and some dates and some concrete details. And I also, thank the administration for working with the different partners in the region, just to create that more cohesive system, and also to whoever planted the seed for this fund to begin with, because I think it's a really huge resource for municipalities at a time I think when we really need it. Thank you so much for all the work, and I hope everybody support this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we dealt with 7-6. Now we are gonna go to subsequent motions on 7-1 and 7-2. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? Because I do have one subsequent motion. Let me go back. Scroll all the way up. Here we go. It's already on the floor. That administration prepare an unfunded service package as part of the 2025 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment to fund 1/3 of the upgrades to the White Mud Drive and 215th Street project that is being delivered by Enoch Cree Nation.
Second.
I'll
introduce, please.
Thank you. The City of Edmonton and Enoch Cree Nation have had a MOU dating back to 2017 that affirms our commitment to working together in partnership and collaboration. Enoch Cree Nation and the City of Edmonton share about 8-kilometer jurisdictional boundary along White Mud Drive and 215 Street. And Enoch's reserve lands initially, I met with the Enoch Cree Nation, and they are eager to see this section of White Mud upgraded and want to take ownership of design and delivery. Chief have also met with Minister Drishan, and he brought that to my attention. And when I met with Minister Drishan, I requested that if they will be willing to provide 1/3 of the funding, and the other 1/3 coming from the Enoch, that Edmonton would consider contributing 1/3. And as Minister Drishan showed strong commitment to funding 1/3 of the cost. Obviously, they have to go through their own process of approval, and I think if something does come from the province, I think we should be ready to move forward on that and do not lose this opportunity of leveraging provincial support. So that's why I'm putting this forward for future council to consider if that opportunity arises from the province to fund 1/3.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. So to the mover, this stemmed from your conversation with the minister recently about ways that the city can, I guess, improve the flow of traffic on our roads, right?
Yeah, so I think that meeting was requested by Minister Drishan to talk about the bike network and active modes of transportation, and we used that opportunity to highlight a number of other areas where we need to collaborate with province, and one of the things was to identify the number of roadways, arterial roadways that need improvement in order to increase the flow of traffic in our downtown, whether it's Parsons Road, 17th Street, the roads in 167 Avenue in the northeast part of the city, 66th Street, and the West End, and this opportunity as well, right? So we have given Minister a list of all the arterial roads that are causing congestion in the city, and if they will be willing to fund that. We also had an opportunity to raise with the minister the inequity that exists when it comes to province picking up the 100% cost of rebuilding overpasses on Deerfoot Trail and maintenance of Deerfoot Trail, but province not doing the same for provincial highways within city boundaries, right? So we turned that into more bigger, comprehensive conversation, and this motion that I'm putting forward is part of that discussion.
Right. So this is a very specific street and, no doubt one of the top 3 priority areas for arterial roads. I'm wondering if there's anything similar that came out of your conversation about some of those other roads, such as Parsons Road in my ward that have been flagging for quite some time.
Not to the detail as this one, because this one also was raised by Chief Cody Thomas to the province, right? So this has been more advanced, right? I think there might be other opportunities related to other infrastructure needs in the city, but not to the detail that we were able to discuss this particular roadway.
Gotcha. And certainly, I think, yes, I agree, infrastructure is a huge challenge in cities. And then, so we submitted a list of priority roads that need improvement. I guess I'm wondering and then there's this motion. Are we going to get an answer back, or or is that going to be dealt with more at the administration level about some of these other areas?
The follow-up, administration was with me in the meeting. Maybe they can
Sure.
respond.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
we're sending back administration to administration some data and elements around both the bike lane conversation as well as some of the arterial constraints we're under. So that's the follow-up right now, but otherwise the conversation happened as the mayor summarized.
And sorry, I guess I just mean, so then sort of the next steps would be administration will carry on with some of those
We will.
communication, you'll bring it back
Yep.
If there's any major
And
developments.
as we've talked about before, we have other work ongoing through Kim's team around looking at our current priorities and current status of those roads too, to get current information in advance of our budget coming forward for the next 4-year cycle too. So there's ongoing work in multiple levels on that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang. If there's no other questions, anyone to speak to the item? No, Mayor Sohi to close?
No, nothing more to add.
All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I will return the chair.
Okay, I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans. I think, Councillor Jans, you have a subsequent?
No, I don't, sorry.
Okay.
That was, I was referencing a different item.
Okay, thank you. So that deals with 7.1, 7.2. Now we are on to 7.3. Below market value sale to Métis Capital Housing Corporation, Blatchford.
Mayor, while they're getting in place, can I just confirm whether we are extending orders for tonight?
I don't think so, because we are I think we are pretty much on track, see how things go till 5. And if we don't finish, then we will think about extending tomorrow, but
Oh,
not tonight.
okay, good. I just wanted to know that, okay,
No,
tonight's free. Thank you.
No, yeah. Good. Sorry, go ahead,
Thank you.
please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Royce Carey. I am the Supervisor of Property Sales. Beside me is Carolyn Bull, Acting Director for Property Transactions, both from the real estate branch. Further down is Rydell Comia and Hazel Batad, joining us from Affordable Housing and Homelessness, while Tom Lumsden, the Development Manager from the Blatchford Redevelopment Office, is also present online. In addition, representatives from Métis Capital Housing Corporation are present online to answer questions. We're here today recommending the below-market sale of 7103 Fane Mews Northwest in the Blatchford neighborhood to Métis Capital Housing Corporation. Métis Capital Housing Corporation approached the City of Edmonton in 2024 with a proposal to develop affordable housing on this site. The Métis Capital Housing Corporation development is a mixed use and will include commercial bays on the ground floor. The development will also include a minimum of 55 units that will be offered for affordable and accessible housing tailored to vulnerable families requiring supportive recovery. The 55 residential units will be a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom units. These units will be rented to eligible households at a maximum of 80% of the average market rental rate, a commitment that will be maintained over the entire 40 years of the Affordable Housing Agreement. This long-term commitment ensures sustained affordability for generations to come. The need for such a development is underscored by the current housing landscape in Edmonton. Currently, 1 in 8 households in Edmonton, 1 in 4 renters, and a deeply concerning 1 in 3 Indigenous renter households are in core housing need. This means that these households are either paying more than they can reasonably afford for housing costs, living in crowded conditions, or residing in unsafe environments and are unable to access alternative suitable housing. As Blatchford is a developing neighborhood with limited existing data, a review of the surrounding mature communities indicates that Spruce Avenue has 14.2% affordable housing ratio, with 21% of the renters in core housing need. Prince Rupert has 6.8% affordable housing ratio, with 25% of renters in core housing need. And Prince Charles has a 4.2 affordable housing ratio, with 15% of renters in core housing need. This context highlights the requirement for affordable housing solutions across our city, including developing areas like Blatchford. The recommended sale to Métis Capital Housing Corporation represents a pivotal moment for Blatchford neighborhood, as it will mark the first affordable housing development approved in this community. The sale is not merely a transaction, it is a step forward in Blatchford's commitment to meeting the goals outlined in the city's affordable housing strategy. This strategy envisions that at least 16% of housing in every neighborhood will be affordable housing. To date, 2 sites within Blatchford have been earmarked for affordable housing, and the city is actively working to identify additional sites as the build-out of the neighborhood progresses. These 55 units of non-market housing provided through the Métis Capital Housing Corporation development will bring the current total of non-market housing in Blatchford to 14.5%, moving us closer to our strategic objectives and ensuring that Blatchford develops as an inclusive and equitable community for all Edmontonians. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I selected this item, so I'll give chair to Councillor Wright, and I will move that the below market and direct sale of land in Blatchford located at 7103 Fane Mews, Northwest Lot 1, Block 8, Plan 2120299, as outlined in Attachment 1 of the September 16, 2025 Financial Corporate Services Report, FCS 03146 to Métis Capital Housing Corporation on the terms and conditions outlined in Attachment 3 of the September 16, 2025 Financial Corporate Services Report, FCS 013146 be approved, and that the agreements be in form and content acceptable to the city manager.
Second.
Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, I think the presentation was pretty self-explanatory. Why are we doing this? So, and this also furthers our commitment on the reconciliation as well as Indigenous-led housing that this council has been leading, and recognizing, as we heard from administration, as our the housing needs assessment identified that 1 in 3 Indigenous households are core housing need, and this will make a huge difference in closing that gap. And also the Métis Capital Housing Corporation has a long history in this city of delivering affordable housing for their members.
Thank you. Any questions to administration or to the mover?
I do have some questions. The 55 non-market units, but how many total though? You know, how many total units will be built?
Total 55. All of it will be affordable housing.
Oh, so all 55. And I also understand that the Métis Capital Housing Corporation have already secured funding for this project?
That's correct. They secured $24 million of capital funding towards the project from the province.
Right. Okay. And so this is this kind of a shovel-ready project, and all the services are there?
That's correct. This is part of the Blatchford redevelopment plans, and this is one of the lot that is fully serviced at this point.
Okay. Do we know then maybe somebody from MCHC when, like, what are the timelines for construction, finishing, and
we expect closing will be next summer.
for the land agreement closing?
Yeah, Andrew, I believe you're online if you want to speak to timing on development. Sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, hi, it's Aaron Barner here from Métis Capital Housing Corporation. So yeah, our intention is once we get through this process, we've secured the funding, is to break ground in the spring of 2026.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this, and thank you for your partnership on this, Aaron. Okay, that's all the question I had.
Okay, I will return the chair and suggest that we take our break.
You can't keep on cheering.
Oh, because you've done the motion. I'm sorry. That's right. I thought you were just asking questions. Okay, so then I'm chairing. We're going for a break. Back in 15 minutes. See you then.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe will be right with us. Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Paquette. Not quite back yet. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, and here comes Councillor Paquette. Yay. Mayor Sohi.
Good afternoon.
Well done, well done. Best knack imitation I've heard. Councillor Hamilton? Not quite yet. Councillor Rutherford.
Bon après-midi.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Jans?
Hello.
Hello. Okay, let's see. Next up on the list is Councillor Tang for questions.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Exciting development today, so thank you all for bringing forward this report. The site this is a medium density. This is already zoned, hey? For this, like all the zoning and stuff is the same.
Yes, it is already zoned.
Yeah. I'm curious. Maybe a question to Aaron. Métis Housing Corporation were offered a few different sites. I'm curious what drew you to this site.
Sure. One of the things that we really like about Blatchford is we don't need to compromise on our principles when it comes to building green and inclusive buildings. And so when that opportunity came up to have discussions around being in Blatchford was a natural fit. And of course, we've been in the Kingsway district since the mid-90s, and we've recently purchased another office actually right across from the hotel, or the hospital, sorry, not the hotel. And so, yeah, it was just a good fit for us. We've been working on a vision for Blatchford for quite some time.
Oh, excellent. By the way, you were cutting out just a little bit, but I think I got most of that. And then, given that vision, then I think I did see in the report that there is an intent to connect into the district energy system and stuff. But at this point, is that confirmed?
I don't recall that specifically offhand. I'd have to get back to you on that, and maybe somebody else can answer. But what I will say is the benefits of the district energy system and the green opportunities it provides, and if we're able to tie in, and then we would certainly be doing that.
Okay.
Councillor Tang, it's Tom Lumsden.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've been working with the group to tie into the district energy.
Okay, excellent. And then I was curious if this project already has commitments from other orders of government, and this is a shovel-ready site. Why is it going to take another year before approving the agreement?
The agreement is already, it's already completed. Title will transfer, so they still will have some conditions over the next year to deal with before. So all their permitting, et cetera.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're just saying like it will take a year to get all the permitting in place, the land transfer. That just takes that's just typically how long it takes.
Yes, I mean with the conditions that they have, there are numerous conditions on this offer. So yes.
Okay, excellent. And then I was wondering because I think it talks about commercial on the main floor. I'm curious what kind of commercial, or is it more the I think some of the health and social services mentioned?
Aaron, do you want to answer that?
Sure, yeah, and I would say, as of today, it would probably be a mix of the two. It would be something that definitely would make sense to have in the building for the folks that are there, but also things that are commercially viable for us to make sure that we're able to sustain the building kind of long term. But it is, we have service delivery sites all over Edmonton, and for us it would make sense to have things in that building in the commercial space. But if we look at the Renaissance Tower, which we've done on 95th Street, the main floor is a really interesting mix. We're setting up right now. We just finished renovations on a Métis Artist Collective, so it'll be kind of like an art gallery. We have the Boyle Macaulay Dental Clinic. We have a dentist. we have a doctor, and then we have a pharmacy. And so we're expecting the similar type of commercial tenants in this building.
Okay, great. Great to hear. And then, so just so I'm clear, in terms of this transitional housing project, this is really focused on those sort of post-recovery, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is part of a recovery continuum that begins with our first contact with the person. And we're working on this continuum that begins at that contact, moves into detox, pre-recovery housing. We're about 70% finished on our recovery center out at Métis Crossing. It's near Smoky Lake. And then this would be, after recovery, this would be an option. This building, as well as our other things where we have, family reunification happening.
Yeah, I don't think we see too many of these kinds of post-recovery housing come forward. So it's just very interesting. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you for this project. I'm out of time.
I just wanted to make a clarification. The site is shovel ready in terms of servicing. There is a gap right now in funding for capital, so they're about $8 million short on funding. They will be submitting for AHIP, but they are prepared if they do not get the AHIP that they will debt service it as well. So there is a little bit of work to be done there, but they are prepared to move forward regardless.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Oh, just to speak, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, any other for questions? No? Oh, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I just wanted to ring in and say hi to Aaron. Aaron, it's been multiple years. We've had, if you recall, having this conversation, I think in 2019, and here we are. We're getting it done. So, Aaron.
Here we are getting it done. And thank you. And just thanks to everybody for the support and everything over the years and getting the projects that we have done and keeping our vision and kind of everything going with us. So we do appreciate that as well to everybody, and especially to you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you.
Yeah, I just recall in that conversation you said, we'll do everything, just let us build. So here we are, and thank you. Thank you for all the things that you guys are doing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. So then we'll move on to speaking. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh yeah, thank you. Just wanted to chime in to share my huge enthusiasm for this project. It's incredibly exciting to see it come forward. I, of course, want to thank Métis Capital Housing Corporation for the vision of what you're bringing to Blatchford, and of course to our staff for helping to facilitate that. Yeah, I'm really thrilled. You know, Blatchford is achieving so much. Of course, the environmental sustainability, providing housing choice, and this has been that missing piece to date around social sustainability, and it's wonderful to have one of our first affordable housing projects get underway. So incredibly excited for Métis Capital Housing Corporation to become neighbors to the growing and thriving community of Blatchford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And to close, Mayor Sohi.
You know, things don't happen accidentally. They require deliberate effort. And this is one of those projects that have been where Métis Housing Corporation has been very deliberate of building, and also deliberation or commitment from our administration and from this council to focus on the core housing needs of Edmontonians. And I'm so excited about this. This is amazing, happening at a site that has, environmental standards, a community that was designed to be very self-sustaining community where transportation cost will be less, hopefully utility cost will be less, and having affordable housing on that site and the aspiration of 18% affordable housing, this will help us achieve that. But more importantly, this is about changing people's lives. When people are recovering and they need a place and that's stable, that's supportive, that has that culturally appropriate services and supports, and it's going to be a game changer for those people who will be calling this site a home. So I really want to take a moment to thank you, everyone involved, but particularly the leadership coming from Métis Capital Housing Corporation and from you and your team and everyone else involved, and also administration working with the MCHC on this. Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm pressing submit. It's not going through. Yes.
It did. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. And now I will return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
I will take the chair back. Councillor Paquette, you have a subsequent?
Yeah, I
on
do.
this? Okay.
Yeah, so let me just pull it up. That administration bring forward a report that provides recommendations for how Edmonton can potentially act as a pilot city in demonstrating effective strategies and integrated approaches that combine housing, mental health supports, and addiction services with municipal service delivery, partnering with the provincial government, including options for formal correspondence and requests to other orders of government from the mayor on behalf of City Council. And the second part of that would be, and that the mayor, on behalf of Council, write a letter to appropriate parties, and that's to be determined, I think, to fill in the blanks, to encourage the formation of a federal, provincial, municipal, multilateral, pan-Canadian strategy to take coordinated action and respond decisively on the national challenge of mental health, addictions, and chronic homelessness issues in Canada. And there it is. That's the subsequent.
The second? Seconder?
Second. Oh, go ahead. Oh, second.
Councillor Tank. So, Councillor Paquette, can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, really quickly. In Edmonton, we're seeing real momentum, as just demonstrated by the decision we just made. We've made progress on affordable housing. We're building stronger Indigenous partnerships. And we've just seen a new federal announcement with funding attached that is going to help us provide even more homes. That's encouraging, but it also reminds me of the bigger picture. As we are all too aware, we cannot solve these challenges alone as a municipality. So Edmonton has become the regional hub for housing, mental health, and addiction services. As we know, people come here because the services are here. But the truth is we're overwhelmed. And it's not just Edmonton, this is happening across Canada. Right now, no province, from what I've heard, and this is hearsay, wants to take decisive action because the fear is that if they do, they'll become the destination for everyone else's challenges, just as Edmonton is the hub for the region's challenges. The result, it seems, is paralysis and half measures and conflicting ideologies on approach. And so that's why I believe we need to push for a coordinated national response, a multilateral pan-Canadian strategy that brings in every order of government alongside Indigenous governments and organizations that can help share responsibility, reduce duplication, give municipalities the tools they need. So instead of provinces worrying about being singled out, we can all move together. And that's why that's probably the only way we're going to respond at the scale this crisis actually demands. And it's not in the body of the motion, but in my thought, we should be including Alberta municipalities, FCM, and it was not named, but obviously our Indigenous partners as well.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So maybe a couple of questions to the mover. For example, like we do have very effective models here in the city. For example, Nagina Housing Corporation's Ambrose Place, which is a model that can be replicated and actually been replicated in some other cities. Then we also have the Jasper Place Wellness Center's bridge healing model, right? Is that how would this be different? Can you speak to that?
Right. So and you're asking for part one. On
Yeah, part one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I thought this should be pretty simple, because we are leading the way already. And now what if we were to have administration bring forward a report that shows how we can be that pilot city in demonstrating effective strategies for everyone else through what we are already doing. And maybe we can even pick up some ideas on what else we can do. But if we can put that forward, not only do we demonstrate to other municipalities what they can also do, but it may also bring to us potential funding, saying, okay, well, you're doing all this good stuff. Why don't we just help you with doing even more? And we can really demonstrate how this could work across Canada.
Okay, so the guys here. Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to go to administration first. Do you recall that when council had that, we unanimously supported a motion that was by Councillor Knack that was along the lines of directing moving away from any programs or funding in provincial jurisdiction? Does this ring a bell to anybody? Then no?
I'm frantically searching, but well, if you want to continue your line of questioning, I can get at the report.
Okay, I guess I'll go to the mover then for a question. You know, what is your thought? I mean, I can't fully read part 2. Are you suggesting that with municipal resources, we do the pilot project? So would that come with a service package?
Not with municipal resources, no. I think that, and you're talking about part 2?
I'm talking about part 1.
Okay, yeah, with part 2, not with municipal resources. This would be in partner with the provincial government. I mean, there are other things that we're already doing that we are empowered to do when it comes to land sales and zoning and things like that, and maybe some grants. But for that larger service delivery, it would require provincial partnership. But if we can change the lens through which we are seeing this into, let's demonstrate how to solve these issues together using everything in the toolbox, it might be, I think, a more constructive approach than what we've seen in the past few years, where we've tried to do things and realized we can't afford it, the province gets upset, we pull back, and we wait and wait and wait. And instead, let's just start this process walking together instead of pointing fingers. Let's join hands and get this done.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever felt like we've never said that we'll always do our part and work collaboratively with other orders of government. But what
We've never
I think,
said that.
I think you hit the nail as what I'm kind of apprehensive about with part 1 is there have been a few projects or things that we started funding that we then had to pull back on, and I think there was a lot of pushback and flack about that.
Yep.
So that's why I'm leery of part 1.
Yeah,
so
and that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
I'm trying to understand what your vision is for part 1, like how that actually plays out then.
Okay. Well, my personal vision, I suppose, is that it's kind of like resetting the board a bit. I think that there's been a lot of confusion, maybe not on council, but a lot of confusion maybe at the provincial level about what the city's intentions are, what the city's goals are, and what the city wants to do. I would say that we've been pretty clear about it, but there's still that confusion that exists. And I think that if we can get together and say, listen, let's just get this right, paired with this idea of maybe starting an entire Canadian process on how every province can do this, how every municipality can learn from us. This is an opportunity because Edmonton, frankly, has a huge problem. Not as big as Vancouver, for example, but a huge problem. We already have really good solutions. We just need help to magnify those solutions and demonstrate them to the nation. And I think if we are coming at it from that perspective, maybe the province sees it differently as well and says, okay, maybe this is something we get on board with. And it's always a hope. You can never presuppose a partner's position, but I would like to start with a healthy approach from council to the province to see what we can do.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now, unless Stacy, did you find?
Councillors.
Sorry.
I actually think the Stacy Gallatley or Henny is here, and they can answer that first question you had.
Just with my dying seconds, yes, please.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, can you please repeat the question?
Okay, never mind, as I'm out of time. Thank you. I'll come back.
Councillor Salvador.
I'll try to continue that just for continuity. So maybe just to Ms. Gallatley, there was a question around, was there a council conversation in motion that was passed? Actually, I think it is here, related to, you read it here. I think it was related to the city sort of stepping back from a lot of the spaces that are within provincial jurisdiction related to healthcare, addictions, etc.
So I do have that at the March 31st, 2025 CPSC committee meeting. The following motion was passed that the March 31st, 2025 Community Services Report CS 02575 be referred back to administration to complete the following. One was to conduct further GBA plus analysis on the details of the impact of ending the city funding for all items listed in attachment 2 of the March 31st, 2025 Community Services Report, except for affordable housing. 2, to integrate the findings of the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, including services available in municipalities surrounding Edmonton and their approach for supporting people experiencing homelessness, mental health, and addictions in their municipalities. And thirdly, an itemized list of supports and services requested of the province to meet Edmonton's needs in housing people experiencing homelessness and mental health or addictions in Edmonton. And then there was also another motion on another date that is somewhat in alignment with this. That was on July 3rd and 4th, 2024. It included that administration work with the province on a transition strategy for all services, programs, and infrastructure related to housing and homelessness, shelter operations, and mental health supports and addictions treatments that are being funded by the City of Edmonton but are the jurisdiction of the Government of Alberta.
Okay, thank you for the refresher. Maybe just to the mover in how, I guess, do you see the motion in front of us as taking like a slightly different approach than, or a bit of a reset or refresh? How would you contemplate it alongside some of that existing direction that was provided, or maybe they can be integrated?
Yeah, I think that they actually complement each other, because us doing it alone obviously doesn't work. We had to pull back from that. But doing it in partnership intentionally and opening that door, because I honestly believe that sometimes the province doesn't know how or where to connect with council and the city. And if we can open that conduit, we can reset how we approach these things. Does that make sense? Because obviously we got to pull back from us doing it. We can't. But if we can do it in partnership, that's probably the best outcome that we can possibly hope for.
Okay, I appreciate that, and it kind of gets to my next question, but you half answered it, but the language of sort of approaches that combine housing, mental health supports, addiction services, the with municipal service delivery component, that's kind of where my question lies, is what would you...
Well, and that can be defined, right? Like, we don't have to define it right now. We can take a look at it and say, okay, well, here's what we can do, and we know that we can do affordable housing and things like that. Here's what we can't do. And that can be very clearly defined in the report and in any conversation with the province. Say, look, here's where we can be of help. Here's where we need help.
Great. Okay, that helps clarify for me. Thank you.
Councillor Tang.
So just to clarify that with the mover. So it's a bit of a delineation of who's doing what and what more can be done. Is that what I heard from your last response then? Okay.
That's a big part of that in
Okay.
sort of determining, what the guardrails are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe to Ms. Galatly then, do we not have that already?
Have which aspect, Councillor Tang?
Sort of the jurisdictional parameters of who does what and what's the gap.
We've had this conversation a number of times at council. The jurisdictional delineation of a lot of these spaces are not entirely clear, and therefore we often work with the municipality, the province, and the federal government together on a number of items. Rather than asking what is our jurisdiction, we tend to ask what is the appropriate municipal role in this space that's impacting our city. And we tend to find that being articulating how these things are playing out, how they're, what we're seeing within Edmonton, so that we can help ensure that the supports, no matter where they're coming from, whether that's the private, not-for-profit sectors, as well as other governments, are responding in a way that meets their own policy objectives, as well as working for Edmontonians.
Right. So if you were to take this motion as worded right now, to take it away, is that, I guess, is the direction clear to you? I'm recognizing that the March motion you have referenced is due back first quarter of 2026. We also have something from July 4th, 2024. So given some of the work that's still to come back, with this on top of that, is it clear to you?
I think it's generally clear to us in terms of what our municipal role, as I said, should and could be in these spaces. And we do certainly always seek to ensure that the appropriate level of government is overseeing and supporting things that they should be seeing, as well as encouraging integration. So I don't see this as a big divergence from the conversations that we already have. But of course, pilot specific is a little bit of different language.
Right. Right. I think I guess just to the mover, I think when I first read this, my interpretation is kind of like the item we just approved. That's like a good example of what we could do more of. And are you envisioning sort of a report that comes back to be like, how can we do more of that in partnership with these other bodies?
Yeah, that would definitely be a part of it, because while we have this is a common thing. You can get all the pieces that you want, and they're on the table, and you think, okay, we've got it, except they're not doing anything. So when you bring them together with an intention, then you take what is happening, kind of slowly or piecemeal, and you bring it into one strategy. Suddenly things start to fire on a whole new level that didn't exist before, right? So that's the idea.
Yeah, and I appreciate that for this one, we can kind of get at something maybe more concrete. Maybe just a final one about what have we already done, what is to come, and this new body of work. I think the July 2024 motion that I was mentioning specifically says, work on a transition strategy for all the services that are being funded by the city but are the jurisdiction of the government of Alberta. And I think this is what some of my colleagues were referencing, is that we have given direction to move away from what is not part of our jurisdiction. Would this be then kind of pulling us back in?
I don't think so, because that wouldn't be the will of council at all. And so, but one of the things that I recall asking for a report that showed the different levels of government and their responsibility on housing. And the infographic map, the visualization of that came back, looked like a bowl of spaghetti. And so it made it really, really tough. And so same thing here. Like, I think that if we start to have these conversations, instead of everyone just sort of like tossing the hot potato around, we can say, okay, let's just finally like gather these threads and get it right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think just on that, my 5 seconds, I feel like for that number 2 is more like a FCM role too. But anyways, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Councillor Wright?
I guess to the mover then, in part two, who is the letter going to encourage?
Well, and so if we scroll down, you can see it. The letter would be to pretty much all of our federal, provincial, municipal, and multilateral partners. So FCM, Alberta municipalities, our treaty partners, federal government, and the provincial government, and even other municipalities like perhaps that are surrounding us. And the reason I didn't write that all out is because it was overload, and I thought, you know, if we just get the direction, the mayor's office can take it from there. They'll understand, and we all sort of have general understanding. And like most letters, they can just show it to us beforehand to say, okay, you got the groups in there that you need. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
I appreciate you want to take a leadership role in expanding this to involve everybody, but I'm not sure if.
Well, it's not that we are solving the problem ourselves. It's saying there is a problem across the country. Edmonton is one of the cities that is most affected. We have come up with a number of solutions, but we can't do this alone. We cannot just be a regional hub because we're overwhelmed. Just like every province they don't want to be overwhelmed either. So we need this national approach, but we also have to include our partners in that conversation.
So taking a national approach, I think you were on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and maybe this is something, if it is affecting all municipalities, that should be brought forward through them rather than this. And then I guess, Ms. Galatly, I'm also wondering, without this motion, could these sort of recommendations be included in the report that's already coming in Q2 2026? I just, looking at reducing the number of reports that come forward to council in future.
It can be brought in with it.
I think we could consider including some of it. A lot of this depends on a number of different partners, and Q2 2026 comes up pretty quickly in terms of having to have reports complete. So we just need to see how we are able to progress some of those conversations and what can be included in that report.
Okay, and then when would you, if this was done as a separate report, when would you consider this to be ready to come back to council?
I would probably counsel Q4 2026 at earliest.
Okay. And again, potentially being a pilot funded by some other order of government? Or maybe I'll go back to the mover on that.
Well, it's funny how there's lots of ways to describe a pilot. A pilot can cost nothing, or it can cost money. It could be that we take what we were already doing and we package it up and say, look at this. This is what we are piloting in Edmonton, and this is what works, and this is where we need help from a provincial government,
I can see
et cetera.
housing, mental health supports all requiring funding.
Right,
So I'm,
always, yeah.
Okay, I'm not too sure on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson, maybe something you can consider, Councillor Paquette, maybe part 2 could be a resolution to FCM instead of this, right? But think about that, and then I'll come to
I can answer
on my
you right
turn.
now.
No, I don't have
thought
I want
about
to
it,
make sure that I go to
But I
Councillor.
think sometimes what we learned from resolutions is that it helps if there's already some impetus behind it. And I'll give you a quick example. You made an excellent resolution at Alberta municipalities that didn't pass, but then ended up, because of that, what you were proposing ended up happening anyway. And so
Which one was that?
that affordable housing we could
Okay, I don't, okay.
we could have no taxes on that.
Oh, I see, okay, got it.
Yeah,
got it.
and so while resolutions are great, if we actually have that impetus behind it, it makes them much stronger.
Okay, got it. Councillor Stevenson, yeah? Okay. Okay. All right, we have motion on the floor, right? Anyone to speak? Oh, you have questions? Oh, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, just to the mover, so would you be open to 2 being again, that we submit this as a resolution for FCM?
I think we should do both.
Okay, so then again, remind me who the letter is to.
Well, and that was something that I thought, I don't want to presuppose, that would take a little bit of work. So I wanted to make sure that Intergov and the mayor's office had a chance to really hammer that out without me prescribing anything.
Okay, well, and I think I've heard from the mayor, and I don't know if Intergov wants to weigh in, but it seems like FCM is a good route for this.
It is, and I can tell you from my experience on FCM that when they see that a city has taken leadership on something, it's a lot easier for them to start the process of advocating, and it's a lot easier for a resolution to pass.
Yeah, so I don't think that's in place of one. So one is doing that work that you've outlined, and then two is a resolution to FCM.
I think it's important to make a call for that because we are going to be hosting FCM in Edmonton this June.
So you're open to an amendment to two?
To add an FCM resolution
Yeah.
to that? Yeah.
Okay, so I think if that's friendly-ish, would just be that that the city of Edmonton propose a resolution to FCM, make a resolution. Because we'd have to get a seconder, right?
Propose the relations to encourage, then carry on with the balance.
Yeah, I find that friendly.
Okay.
Be that City of Edmonton propose a resolution to encourage the formation. Okay, okay.
Yeah, and we can workshop the language later.
Yeah.
Make it FCM ready.
Councillor Rutherford? Oh, sorry, to speak?
I have no, I need a second round.
Oh, you, okay,
I'll
okay.
move second round.
Second. Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. The vote is on its way.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Okay, I just, now that we have sort of the previous motions, one as recently, and it was committee, so I guess I just wanted to ask the clerk, there's no, like, what does that do to that work? Or is there, do you see as the clerk any contradiction in the council direction, like in this one that would,
So we're talking about the direction from last July's council meeting.
and the follow-up with, at the committee, and it sounds like was this spring?
The March meeting?
March, yeah. And then not necessarily part two seems very different and distinct from anything we've given direction on before, but part one, like I still see that, especially the part about, you know, partnering with the, wait, what does it say? You know, effective strategies to integrate approaches around housing, mental health, and addictions services with municipal service delivery. So it's the municipal service delivery piece that I'm hung up on.
Okay, yeah, and that's fair because I was thinking about we could remove that. I just didn't want to remove our ability to do the affordable housing component.
I don't think that removes it, but I think that's where I'm getting hung up on from the, like, the counter to what we've already been saying.
I'm not tied to it. We can, it's
Perfect.
friendly to take that component out.
Okay. So just strike with municipal service delivery. So it would read mental health supports and addiction services, partnering with the provincial government. Okay.
All right. That concludes the questions. Now to speak.
Sorry, just a point of order to the clerk. I think it's propose a resolution at FCM.
Yes, that's correct. We will clean that up for you.
Yeah. Proposed resolution at FCM. Okay. Okay. To speak. Councillor Rutherford to speak. Oh, no, here you go. To speak. Councillor Paquette to close.
Super quickly, it's about resources and clarity. We have a lot of good things that we're doing. I'd like to just bring them all into focus and kind of brag on them, show everyone what we're doing, and build on them. And so that's for the first part. For the second part, there is a very serious issue in our country, and a lot of it has to do, as we know, with the impacts of colonization on Indigenous communities. And they're often not at the table in these conversations when they should be and need to be. I was talking to a mayor recently about some of their challenges and how the nations that they work with would like to do more. They just do not have the resources. And without that, it ends up that their folks are in the various cities in Alberta who need help, but they're not getting help because there is no cohesive strategy that brings every order of government with their attendant responsibilities together into one strategy with First Nations and with municipalities and with provincial governments and with a federal plan to tackle not just homelessness, not just addictions, not just mental health, but to see that these are the trifecta of social ills that we are dealing with in our time, and to finally and decisively address them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So let's see where we were. We've done 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, 7-6. 7-7 is second item on Wednesday at 1:30. 7-8 is dealt with. 7-9, 7-10, 7-11. 7-1-2 is also first item on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Bylaws we all dealt with. Intergovernmental update is done. 9-2 is done. So we're on to motions. Wow. Motions pending. Sale of land, Macaulay, 10530 96th Street Northwest Road, right of way. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move that the road right-of-way in the Macaulay neighborhood adjacent to 10530 96th Street, Edmonton, Alberta, T5H2H6, be sold to the Bissell Centre for $10.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Can you make the introduction?
Thank you. So the Bissell Centre is looking to acquire the alleyway that borders two sides of their property to enable them to build a fence and better secure their building. Our standard our standard policies would recommend that we find a funding source to give Bissell Centre a grant to buy the land from the city. My motion instead proposes that we provide the land for a nominal fee. Administration has flagged some concerns with this approach, notably that it falls outside of our current policy for below market sales of city property, which is currently restricted to land to provide additional affordable housing units. They flagged that it could set a precedent for other requests for city facilities from other nonprofits, and that it is potentially a less transparent way of providing what is effectively a grant to an external agency, and a potential inequity to other nonprofits that have had to purchase similar land in the past. So I certainly acknowledge these risks and would make a few points. And so while the land will not directly hold affordable housing units, Bissell Centre's work directly contributes to ending homelessness through their housing programs and connecting people to services. Their building is now also home to the Navigation Centre, which is key in ending homelessness in our city. I also think that this approach could set a precedent in a positive way. We do have the opportunity to shift our policies and practices so that we can contribute our land assets without direct taxpayer implications. I agree it's absolutely important to have transparency about the value of assets that we're providing to organizations. But I think the approach of a direct land transfer without associated funding is easier for Edmontonians to understand. And we can maintain transparency through a land contribution value tracking process. I'd also just note that the revenue from the sale of this alleyway was not anticipated revenue, and so this motion will not result in any budget variances. Happy to take any questions, and I hope for your support on this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any questions, colleagues? Oh, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll start to the mover first. I'm not necessarily against this, but I don't have all the information that I need for it. I don't know the impact of the road right-of-way. So my concern is supporting it and not knowing the impact of how it's. So do you have any more information on that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So this is an alleyway that their building is on a corner unit, and so the alley. I wish I can just show you here. So this is the alley in question. So other properties that are on the alley have other access points, and this is a two-step process. So the alleyway has not been closed yet. That's not been approved by council. Administration didn't want to move forward with the closure if there was no ability for Bissell to actually acquire the property. So it's a bit chicken and egg, but administration might be able to speak further. I would assume that this motion would be conditional on the approval of that alley being closed in the future.
Right. And is this really time sensitive, or would it be appropriate to have a report back so we could get the full information on this?
Yeah, so certainly I think this is all the information we need from a financial perspective. I think the alleyway closure report would have that fuller detail on the actual closure of the alley. It is time sensitive, so Bissell has experienced a number of fires, so people building structures up against their building. This has led to them having to spend tens of thousands of dollars every month to have security in place. So being able to build a fence provides them with a much more cost-effective option to protect their property and reduce a public safety risk.
Okay, and can I go to administration, asking the question on the impact of closing that road right-of-way? It won't impact any other properties?
Councillor Principe, I think that Councillor Stevenson has summarized the situation quite well. There would be a requirement for this to come back to public hearing and to be considered for the formal road closure. The logistics of that are a little bit awkward, but that information would be considered at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess so to the mover then, in order for it to come back to public hearing for closure, they actually have to own it.
They cannot own it until it is closed.
Closed.
But administration doesn't want to advance the closure until there's a means of disposing it to them. It's a bit circular.
Couldn't it be done as like a two-part?
Councillor Wright, typically when we close road parcels that are like this situation, we have agreements in place with the proponent that ensures that there isn't an undevelopable parcel that's sitting out there in the world. And so the councillor is correct, Councillor Stevenson is correct in the sense that the trigger for us to enter into or to start the road closure process through public hearing would be triggered by the agreement being in place.
Oh, okay. So it's not necessarily that they have to own it. There just has to be an agreement that they will purchase it for $10?
That's correct.
So because I'm concerned about Councillor Principe's concern. So rather than be sold, can it be that there be an agreement in place with Bissell Center for $10?
The agreement would secure the sale.
Okay, to the mover, I guess, can you clarify?
I think maybe what I'm hearing you say is you'd like it to say that the City of Edmonton enter into a sales agreement for the road right-of-way in the Macaulay neighborhood to the Bissell Center for $10. Because the sales agreement would have a condition in it, I assume, that the alleyway is closed.
Yes, that was the question I was going to ask through to administration. Thank you. Yeah, so can we reword that so it is contingent on other things happening?
I'm certain that we could work with the counselor to find some wording that would make sense.
Okay, can I do a friendly amendment on that?
Like subject to alley closing?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'm just wondering if that would then ease other councillors' concerns. Yeah, okay.
So what are you proposing that?
So then I would propose that, okay. I think there might be something in the chat that I would like to propose
Where in the
as a friendly amendment.
I can't see it.
That the City of Edmonton enter into a sales agreement with Bissell Center for the purchase of the road right-of-way in the Macaulay neighborhood adjacent to 10530. I do believe in the need for this and the space for Bissell Center to have this.
So can you read that in its entirety so it is clear?
Okay, so that the City of Edmonton enter into a sales agreement with Bissell Center for the purchase of the road right-of-way in the Macaulay neighborhood adjacent to 10530 96th Street, contingent upon the closure of the alleyway.
Be contingent on the closure of the road right-of-way.
Of the road right-of-way, okay. Thank you.
And
That's very friendly?
and still to be sold at $10.
Okay, and yeah, can we fit the $10 in there
It's
somewhere?
there to be sold to Bissell Center, $10, so. Because they need the certainty, otherwise they would not be able to get into
Right,
an agreement.
yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, Councillor Stevenson, you have more questions? If you do, then we need a second round. Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Just a quick question. I heard from introduction of the motion. I do have the same concern as Councillor Principe. But I heard Bissell Center already have the grant to buy the land. So that's I heard. I just want to make sure there is no grant. They did not receive any grant to buy the land.
That is correct.
So that is why the $10 coming. Because my question rationale is if, based on introduction I heard, if I miss anything, they already received the grant and to buy the land, and then right now, and what's the connection? Why is it $10 with the grant they have?
Yeah, so there's no grant that's been provided. What typically happens when an entity outside of the City of Edmonton wishes to purchase our land, we provide a value for that land. And what administration typically recommends is that if we want to give that land to that organization, it's more appropriate for us to find money, give
to
the
them
money to
and
the
for them to
organization,
use
and then
that
they
money to
purchase it.
buy.
Correct, but we do not have to do that. We can just provide them the land for $10, then we're not giving them a grant and they're not giving it back to us.
So then, question to the administration, what is the value for that land?
Councillor, I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but I want to say it's in the neighborhood of a couple $100,000.
Couple $100,000.
If you're asking the mover, I think it was $170,000.
$170,000 for that. So in terms of impact, because right now we don't know the impact, what I heard is the purpose just for the fence, and is not help them to increase their like occupancy size or capacity, and it's just for the fence. So what is
Yeah, just in terms of the site layout, they're not able to fence the southern wall of their building without the lane being closed. So that's why because they can't fence in the lane if if the road right of way is still open.
but this will not benefit for them to increase the capacity and for the occupancy size, or
Oh, I see.
what do you look at it from that angle?
Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. So the concern is that they develop in this land? Like they close the right of way and then expand their building? Yeah, I mean, that is not in any way the intent, as I understand it. It is strictly to build a fence and provide secure parking for their staff and secure their building.
So that will be included in the sales agreement?
I don't know.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on this item. I think this motion needs a little bit clarity. It's contingent upon the road right away closure or approval of that, right? So, no, I mean, it's contingent upon the road right away being closed by. Yes, it's right. It's clear now. Okay. All right. Okay. Speak. To speak. To speak. What? Well, you know, it's your right to speak. You have 5 minutes. Nobody is assigned to speak. Councillor Stevenson to close. Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Before I get to the next one, is anyone withdrawing their motions pending so I know, so we can manage the agenda? Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I withdrew 10.5.
Which one you'll be withdrawing?
10.5.
10.5, okay. Are there any other withdrawals? Okay, no. All right. 10.2, traffic safety team. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So move that administration prepare and return as part of the 2025 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment and unfunded service package for the creation of a dedicated traffic safety team within Community Services Branch, including but not limited to expanded enforcement capacity for school zones, speeding, and vehicle noise violations under the Traffic Safety Act and relevant bylaws. Engagement with the Edmonton Police Service to complete a logistic analysis of roles, responsibilities, and opportunities for coordination, and a recommended staffing model and resource requirements without presupposing a fixed number of officers for council's review and direction.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second?
Councillor Stevenson? You may want to change that from Edmonton Police Service to Edmonton Police Commission, because we...
Yep, actually that's much better. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, please make the introduction.
So just talking with the Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Police Commission and with administration, this idea came forward as a way for us to deal with the various complaints that we're getting about speeding and traffic violations throughout the entire city. And so because that was their recommendation, I brought it forward to council.
Okay. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Okay, so just so I'm clear then, to administration, there was a motion about the report, and that was gonna be about increasing municipal traffic safety capacity. And that was gonna do this fall, SOBA. And then essentially, rather than, sorry, maybe it's to the mover, so rather than waiting to make a service package motion at that time, you're just kind of doing that now. Is that what you're doing to the mover?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So there was a motion that was moved in April. That administration provide a report with options to expand municipal traffic safety capacity, including opportunities for a cost-neutral program. And it was gonna do back in fall of, this fall, SOBA.
Yeah, so that's a good question. No, that is a good motion, and I think it could probably be tied to this as far as a service package with options, but what I'm looking at is not cost neutral. This probably would cost us some money because I don't think we collect enough in fines to make it cost neutral, but the need is there. Our population has grown so rapidly
Okay.
that,
Yeah, and I guess to administration then. Okay, so now you have two traffic safety motions coming back at fall SOBA. How will you manage that?
Yeah, so how I'm interpreting this, and I'll tee up Jess Lamar, who can get into a bit more detail, but the older motion that you're referring to would be more so options for us to enhance and replace or provide that like stopgap for the programming and safe mobility for the lack of revenue from automated enforcement. This would be a different team within community standards that would be doing more active enforcement around traffic safety, moving violations, those types of things. Similar to what Calgary has in place, but with that, I'll pass it to Jess, who will likely correct me.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. I, in fact, will actually. The good news is here that we have incorporated this work into that municipal traffic safety expansion opportunities report. We have been working with the province, with our colleagues in community standards and other partners in order to build a plan to bring forward that incorporates a peace officer team that we enhance our existing services around traffic safety through that lens. So really, all the pieces that have been laid out in this motion are already work that is underway and is coming for council discussion with fall SOBA.
Oh, great. But, sorry, and by incorporating it, is your current work of incorporating everything here on the table with the other motion, is that through a cost neutral lens, or, because this is not, what's on the table today is not?
That's a good question. When that motion was made, we were pretty clear that there are not many cost neutral options out there for traffic safety, automated enforcement really being the only one. And so the request was to continue and at least highlight when there are options that allow for recoveries and whatnot. Interestingly, just a piece of information, Calgary's program thus far has only operated for about 4 or 5 months. And they actually are seeing close to cost neutrality already, regardless of the fact that that isn't the driver for the work and isn't the impetus for creating the team. But there are some opportunities there, and we're incorporating what we've learned from them into the report.
Great. That's that's very promising to hear. And so if everything is here on the table, that is also work underway. Does it matter to you that if we have it or not, just for the record?
Entirely your call, Council. I can tell you that this work is already incorporated, so this will not be new work or different work, but it would drive a different approach. Right now, the work that you're going to see come forward is taking a look at existing funds that have been made available by the reduction in automated enforcement work and repurposing that to expand our traffic safety service. Again, this is factored in, and it's not factored in a small way. So something for discussion at the time, of course, and we'll be prepared in the background to respond to changes if you folks would like to see something different.
Okay, thank you.
So I think just to clarify, as Jessica said, the work that her team is doing is bound by existing resources. And I think what I'm reading into this motion is to look outside of that funding to other opportunities as well. That's the way that I would interpret it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions. Councillor, anyone to speak? Councillor Forget to close.
Yeah, just really quickly, that's pretty much the distinction is that the old direction did not allow us to contemplate a larger service, and especially looking at the Calgary example, and now hearing that they are approaching cost neutral, I'm actually even more confident in this motion, so I hope it gets support. Thank you.
Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 10.3, tax forgiveness options for Ethiopian Community Association. Councillor A. Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll move that administration provide a report to Executive Committee with background and outlining the tax forgiveness options for the Ethiopian Community Association in Edmonton, account 3379708, for the 2023 and 2024 taxation years.
Second.
Thank you. Please make the introduction.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a community organization that has fallen into arrears, although they are also typically exempt from taxation. So this situation involves some missed filing of paperwork. And I think it's also important for my colleagues to be aware that this is going back a fair bit further than we normally would, as far back as 2023. I think the most important thing for me to iterate here is that we're not making a decision today one way or another. We're just getting an opportunity to see the history and for a future council to make a decision on if or the level of forgiveness that might be provided. I think there'll be a variety of different approaches to avoid hardships for this organization while ensuring fairness for all taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues?
Yeah, I would go with it, just the standard 13 weeks is fine.
Okay, due
Maybe
date.
Q1 2026?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry if I just could weigh in on the due dates. I think leaving it a little bit variable will allow us to bring all those reports for tax forgiveness back at the same time. That'd be helpful.
That's fine. They're all genericized to Q1 and we can coordinate that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 10.4, opportunities for youth participation and recreation. Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will move that administration provide a report to the Community and Public Services Committee on the opportunities to encourage and support youth participation in recreation by extending services in recreation centers and in parks. The report should include options to work with partners and include the costs and potential benefits of those opportunities. Due date whenever is appropriate for administration.
Need a seconder? Second. Councillor Wright, can you please make the introduction, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, this arises out of our own reports that we got. I think the latest was on August 11th about activating opportunities for youth, and talking with community and other and some actually large organizations that I'm not at liberty to disclose at this point about interest in moving forward on these things in a more formal way. And so this just opens the door to take what we already had as reports and move it into the actual action stage or potential action stage.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Tang?
I thought we had a fairly lengthy report around youth after-school program in recreation spaces. Does anybody's administration recall?
I can do some digging in the background. Perhaps I can bring that back tomorrow. You would have had some sort of discussion at some point in time to establish the reduced fees that already exist for students.
Right. I think, because in my mind, I'm recalling that report, and I'm wondering, I guess maybe to the mover, what is going to be different about this?
Yeah, so in the report, it talked about the possibility of grants for activation. What this is looking for is more like actual partnerships for activation rather than youth coming forward with a grant into a potential grant program. This actually asks his administration to look for potential partners.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was when I was on Community and Public Services, and this was it was a motion from the previous term. I think it was Councillor Carmel, I can't remember. And it was a number of partners identified, such as free play, and a number of, so I guess and I think that work is going strong. I think I appreciate the intent here, but I'm not clear what new information is going to come forward with.
Okay, let's see, I can share a bit more, and that is that one of the things that we're talking about is when I say extending services, extending hours. And I'll give a quick example. There are youth who are out at, say, 10 o'clock at night, and they're in parking lots, and people are calling the police. And really, they just want a place to play basketball or do something. And there are potential partners who are willing to activate spaces up to 11 p.m. at night in order to give these kids something to do and also keep them out of being enticed into gang activities, build community. Yep.
Yeah, which is very much, I think, some of the intent behind the Blueprint for Violence Prevention around giving young people space to do that, to avoid them getting into trouble, essentially. And I think I there's a lot of directions out there for administration. This is another one that I worry about, redundancy. And maybe there's something very specific that you're thinking of, but sounds like you can't share, that is not captured by the existing work and existing direction.
That would be a very fair assessment.
Okay. I'm recognizing I have like a minute left, so I guess maybe to administration, given some of the motions, in the past motions that I have just cited, how do you see this work unfolding, I guess?
I think Mr. Jevney's online.
Yes, I saw that. Hello, Mr. Jevney. Or not, it's 5, it's fine.
Okay, well, why, okay, it's okay, it's 5 o'clock. We shall carry on tomorrow at 9:30. Okay, all right. Until then, we are on recess. Okay, see you tomorrow, everyone.